Peace, 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 peace. Peace, love, and light to all American Aborigines. Shout out to everybody in the building. Make sure you drop them fire emojis in the chat if y'all can hear me. Got a fire bill for you guys today, man. We're going to get right into it, man. Great Lake Indians, Lidar testing in the Amazon, and 103 amazing facts about the Black Indians of America, and more particular, the Western Hemisphere. So, man, let's start this thing off proper with the intro. Y'all know the vibe. It's the Waking.
Whatever it takes. Exactly.
Right, this shit crazy.
Feel nothing at all. For my pain, it don't feel nothing at all. Yeah. Yeah, for my pain, it don't feel nothing at all. For these niggas, nah, ain't nothing but God. I had to move around with nothing but frauds. I tried to bring the team together, get my vision involved. I gave a plan, but niggas scrambled. It's time to pick up that call. You can't get 1,500 in a 6-week span. Time to pay up, everybody goes, I be down. I should've seen it. All I got is Rain, Slim, Tim, you know it's Teach. I got Tay and I got Leaf. I got Deja and Salih. I got Foreign, they got Feet. They say your name, that's cause you preach. Them niggas folded under heat. No umbrella, let them shots rain down. You believe the dream to stand up, if not lay down. Let it rain down. If you my nigga, then just say it. If you ain't got it, then just say it. Let it rain down. Yeah,
My nigga, then just say it.
let it rain down.
Let it rain down. Right, this shit crazy.
Yeah. We gotta weather the storm. If you don't understand, get better informed. I'm from the trench, and my trust really weathered and torn. With my niggas from the sandbox, trying to put this shit on top some water, but we laying locked. We all want the same shit, but can't get on the same page. How bad do y'all really want it? Niggas just be saying things, replacing with y'all lives now. Every that I pipe down. Yeah, I was chilling for a minute, but I'm live now. Niggas talking about the past, come get with me right now. Come and really see my grind. Come and see me live now. I'm live now. I'm live now. Come and see me live now. Ain't no umbrella, let them shots rain down. You believe the dream, then stand up, if not lay down. Let it rain down. My nigga, then just say it. You ain't got it, then just say it. Let it rain down. Yeah. Ain't no umbrella, let them shots rain down. You believe the dream, then stand up, if not lay down. Let it rain down. If you my nigga, then just say it. If you ain't got it, then just say it. Let it rain down. Let it rain down. Yeah.
You my nigga, then just say it. You my brother, then just say it.
Let it rain down.
Let it rain down. Right, this shit crazy.
Shelly. I really been feeling. Yeah. Yeah. We gotta carry on. Like Mr. Caldwell saying, I know that faith is all we need. I hear them church bells ring. A lot of strange shit is going on inside of this train. Programs is being ran and shit is one and the same. When your thought pattern is different, they look at you strange. The same ones you used to see me with, now we get strange. Cause now my mission different. It's some shit I gotta attain. As I go inside my mother's womb, my soul was ordained. I battle on. The war zone is Babylon. My one task is to bring the flock and the cattle on. Trying to change the vibration while niggas they Babylon. Now focused on getting my money tower Babylon. My catalog is self-subscribed, I'm staying strong. I know my destination, I travel, don't know the roads. Don't give a fuck about the status and status quo's combative. This data low, cannot compute with this blockchain. I'm pinging off of towers, can't triangulate my pen game. I'm off the grid. The lyrical EMP, they try to follow down a rabbit hole that's filled with TNC. The last of a dying breed, just aim fire and squeeze at demonic chapters. I know the sigil on his sleeve.
And crush the regalia, shining like diamonds to the sea. I'll show you Wonderland. It's up to you if you believe. The son of the matrix, shining like nothing you conceive. A bomb with a pen, removing nothing's gonna leave. Alarmed by the wind. We smell percussion in the breeze, the drummer go in and leave nothing but the leaves are not in the grin. Be the last thing you ever see in the problem with him. Lead to a problem with a den. A lion sent down from Zion, bringing drama to your kin. I promise I'm like Obama or Osama. It depends on how God order my steps. When you stepping up to him, I'm different. Can politic or demolish them, pick a fence and stay behind it. Cause the lions is out again.
Peace. Drop the fire emojis in the chat if y'all can hear me. We're just trying to get the vibration like this. Hopefully everybody's good. Hopefully everybody's productive. Shout out to all American Indians. Shout out to all American Indians. Shout out to all the FBAs. Hit that like button.
Track Pros.
Hit the box in the chat. Let's go. Everybody in the chat. I see everybody in the building.
Track Pros.
Oh, nah, I see y'all. What's going on with it, man? Shout out to all the American Aborigines in the building. Black Wolf, Mache, Janine Yarnetta, Divine Flynn, Janine Martin, Bright Poe, Eric Willer, what's going on? Shout out to the real. Mache, I am. Peru the Duke of Great Lakes. PM3, Matthew Simmons, P. Cooper, Sister Betty. Shout out to y'all. Southern California, Day they seen you. Shout out to everybody. See y'all. For you and loyal. We just getting started. It's the Wake and Bake Show. Get the pen and your papers ready. We're gonna get it right in. Y'all know the vibes, man. Peace and love, man. What's going on with y'all, man? How y'all feeling? How y'all feeling, man? You know what I mean? I've been giving y'all some heat, man. Back to back to back. Y'all ready for some more today? Y'all let me know, man. Y'all feeling good today? Drop them fire emojis in the chat. Put the grizzly emojis in the chat. Y'all know Copper Grizzly is in the building, man. Big Bapperton. Y'all know the vibes. Yeah, man. Mr. Professor Bap. Professor Roberts to you. Professor Roberts to you, okay? Peace and love to everybody in the building. Yeah, man, the bill's been fire, man. I'm glad y'all been enjoying them, man. I just want to focus in and harness in on the information, dealing with the culture, dealing with attributes, dealing with innovations here in America. So, you know, we're going to get into some more things. Y'all see the title. So I'm going to need y'all to support the channel today, man. We're gonna need y'all to hit that like button immediately. Let's see how many people we got here. We got 55 people here and 33 likes. You feel what I'm saying? So we got like 22 people that ain't hit the like button. You understand me? It's Professor Bout. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Professor Roberts. Yeah, that's who y'all got over the last few days with the Aboriginal History 101. Now you got the sorcerer, the big baptizer. See, a lot of people think we throw shade and we take no. We're only here to uplift the minds and the consciousness and the research, understanding, and methodology of our people. You understand what I'm saying? This is one of the main things that we got to deal with. You understand what I'm saying? So shout out to everybody in here. I got a lot of reading we're gonna get into. We got some audio we're gonna get to. It's a few things we're gonna get to. But before we get to that, man, I need to know, y'all good, man? Support the channel, man. Shout out to all my moderators too in the chat, man. Y'all be holding it down. I want to say appreciate y'all, man. Shout out to all my mods who be definitely holding it down, man. Shout out to my mods. Don't forget, man, we're putting together something very, very special in this coming May coming up. I haven't gave a particular date. We're gonna give a specific date. We're gonna have the exact date here in about a week or so. And it's going down in May, man. Aboriginal takeover, man. We hitting boots on the ground. We're going neighborhood to neighborhood. We laying down the blueprint for economic developments in deprived areas. So Washington, D.C. is where we're going to start. This is where the colonization, this is where this system have implemented and spread it out from. So that's where we're going to start, and we're going to spread out from there. Hopefully brothers on the West Coast will be able to get involved and be able to take some of this initiative back to their areas and help formulate and organize these particular movements that we need to get into our neighborhood. So May is going down. Want all the Aborigines to be involved. I'll let y'all know more details pertaining towards the meetup in May, man. It's going down. Not only are we just meeting up doing boots on the ground, we're also going to have a live lecture at the Smithsonian. We're going to do a Smithsonian tour, and we're going to do a lecture at the Smithsonian. It's going down. It's going down. You understand? It's going to be one of the ones y'all going to want to be there. We want at least 300 Aborigines there. We want 100 Aborigines there. You understand what I'm saying? It's going to be hot. You know what I'm saying? We're going to be around good DC, the chocolate city. You understand me? And we coming to talk about chocolate people and the history of copper colored people here in America. It's going to be beautiful, man. It's going to be an event that you will be able to bring your kids to. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be beautiful. So we're putting that together. So like I said, any event planners, please get with me in email, get with me on Instagram, get with me on my phone number that's on the screen, ticking across at the bottom of the screen. Get with me. Hey, we might do a little kickball tournament while we there, huh? Little kickball. Even the old heads can get involved. You understand me? You know what I mean? Shout out to everybody in the building. So yeah, man, we're gonna get into a few things, man. Shout out to everybody that's in here, man. We're gonna touch on a few places in the Great Lakes area between Ohio, Detroit, Michigan, Kentucky. We're gonna be bouncing around to a few different spots as we get into this information. I just want to give y'all those announcements to what y'all should be looking forward to in the next coming months. So yeah, man, it's gonna be one of those ones, man. Hopefully you guys can get involved. How many of you guys are feeling okay today? Drop a fire emoji if y'all feeling okay. We got 75 people in here. Let's get these likes up now. Let's get these likes up, family. Don't do your brother like that. Shout out to everybody in the building. I see y'all coming in. Drop them fire emojis as y'all come on in the building, family. Come on in. Come on in, goddammit. Come on in. Come on in. So yeah, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. We got a fire bill. We got looking forward to it today. So
everybody be
able to enjoy it. So we're gonna get right into some heat today, man. So I'm gonna need everybody to stick around, pay attention. You understand what I'm saying? Take notes, man. We're gonna be touching on the Great Lakes area. A lot of y'all may not be even familiar with the Great Lakes area. A lot of y'all may not even be familiar with Lidar testing in the Amazon and how that unleashed and revealed 60,000 structures, cities of 100 to 200 million. You know what I'm saying? Millions of people living in the Amazon and cities. They found over 60,000 structures, and they estimate that out of those 60,000 structures, 10,000 of those are in fact pyramids. Okay, so we're gonna get into some of the Lidar. We're gonna get into some of the Lidar testing here in a minute. Also, there's a book written by an indigenous Aboriginal brother by the name of W.P. Canyon. He wrote a book that is now priced at $250,000. It's called The 103 Amazing Facts About the Black Indian of the Western Hemisphere. That's written by an indigenous Aborigine. And he put that book, and that book is now valued at $250,000. It's valued at $250,000. We will be reading that book today. I have the entire book. We will be breaking it down today. Shout out to everybody in the building. Hopefully you guys are looking forward to this. Let's get ready to pull up some of these audio and visuals and videos we got pertaining to Detroit's Lost Mounds. So if everybody can see and everything on the screen clear, I need y'all to drop a fire emoji immediately. If you can hear me, drop a fire emoji immediately, man. Let's get right into it.
But what I found here, this is one of the more fascinating sites from ancient America that I've read about, and all this learning pretty much has come in the last 24 hours, and I was pretty fascinated, pretty horrified. We're going to go down to Detroit, Michigan, look at some truly lost history here. We are going down to one of the most important sites of ancient America. Not a trace left of it today.
Hey, Certified Sanchi, the name of the book is 103 Amazing Facts About the Black Indian of the Western Hemisphere, written by W.P. Canyon. That's with a K. Canyon with a K. All right, so let's get back into it. Shout out to everybody.
Here we are down on Google Earth, just off Jefferson Avenue up here. And in this exact area, a couple thousand years ago, there was a great earthen pyramid here. And it stretched over into this parking lot over here. Today, nothing remains. And this pyramid came out into this area. It was over 2 football.
You hear that? He didn't say a mound. He said a pyramid that they destroyed and put a fucking railroad track, a fucking whatever type of building it is there. You know what I'm saying? What type of shit is that? How the fuck can they even destroy a historical Aboriginal pyramid? Is that even freaking legal? We got to start petitioning that only Aborigines should be excavating. They need a Negro or Aborigine on record, or Indian, or Black Indian, so-called Black Indian, of the Western Hemisphere there. All dig, excavation, construction, and them niggas need to be getting paid good money to watch you niggas. That's messed up. They destroyed it. Look, ain't nothing there. They said, not a mound, bro. It was a pyramid. That's like a nigga going to Giza and like, yeah, let's remove this fucking pyramid and put a mini mall right there with Bap's car wash right here. That's some fucked up shit. I wouldn't even do that to them folks. Like, it ain't even in my heart to do no stuff like that. I couldn't go to nobody else's continent, rip down their greatest historical ancestral monument and put a mini mall or a BAP car wash right there. That should be definitely illegal. That's crazy.
All fields long over into this parking lot over here. Today, nothing remains, and this pyramid came out into this area. It was over 2 football fields long, but this is the site in the Delray neighborhood in Detroit where a massive earthen pyramid once stood, and it wasn't alone.
Hey, bro, that's right there in the middle of Detroit where a pyramid stood. We talking about in the middle of the hood. That's probably right down the street from goddamn 7 Mile, goddamn Cadillac, Mac. This from Dexter. This close in the area somewhere. It's in the Detroit city. Sorry about the ad.
And this is one area that is built right over the remains, more than likely, of many skeletons from this lost race.
Look, he's saying that this could be remains, like these little concrete, these little rock formations that you see. Look, this is what's left of a motherfucking pyramid in America. Come on, man. We got to do better than that. Come on now, Detroit. No, I'm just playing. I ain't gonna put it on my Detroit Aborigine, but come on now. This what the colonizers doing. This what's left of a pyramid, a tarp, a fucked up fence, and some overgrown grass-ridden concrete. Y'all wouldn't even know if somebody said, man, you know, a pyramid used to be right here. Y'all niggas would be like, man, you lying. Get your ass on out of here, Joe. Boy, get your ass out of here. You foo-foo as hell. Not knowing he telling the truth. See, we got to be more little optimistic, little open-minded when getting these tools.
This builders group, or whatever you want to call it, I believe today still remains are right under the earth here. Now here is that area from overhead where this earthen pyramid once stood. It was right in the middle of the screen here, just off of Jefferson Avenue. And this is the Rouge River here. Now I will leave a few links below, but here is...
Let's go back. Look, the pyramid would have been right here. And look, closer to the river. They can get right on the river. Look, all this would have been wood. All this would have been just like how you see it today. Houses, you know what I'm saying? Neighborhood, and it would have been a big ass pyramidal temple right there. Don't forget that they've been having an apartment complex going back 7,000 years ago. You understand? Yeah, man. So the pyramid would have been right here in this particular area right here. That's crazy. That's crazy.
This is the Rouge River here. Now I will leave a few links below, but here is the map. And these were called the Spring Well Mound Group. And there was mounds spread up quite a ways up the river here. But here is that main mound in the area I showed you on Google Earth. But what I'm learning about ancient America, it wasn't white settlers who settled a lot of these towns in ancient America. White settlers who settled a lot of these towns about ancient America. It wasn't white settlers who settled a lot of these towns in ancient America.
We damn sure know it wasn't white settlers. That's why we're going to get into the black Indians of the Western Hemisphere who settled these areas. We're going to talk about that it wasn't white settlers. We know it wasn't.
It wasn't white settlers who settled a lot of these towns in ancient America. It wasn't white settlers who settled a lot of these towns in ancient America. There was an initial great earthen mound from the mound builders, and that was the initial structure in a lot of these towns. I've talked about St. Louis.
So these particular Indians, they're credited and their culture is called mound builder culture. But yet you got American Indians in the American Indian community, right? The Aborigine American Indian, right, community run around saying that American Indians did not build mounds. See, this is the new bullshit, and these people got to be agents, you guys. You got to ask yourself, these people got to be agents to utter a erroneous thing like that. They have no source, no substance, no document behind any of these claims. There's only to tear down your history, but yet to portray like they're here to uphold it. I've literally heard a brother that's in the Indian community, he called himself the Big Indian, said that Indians did not build mounds. And Indians did not build pyramids. See, we got to expel the nonsense, and this is agent talk.
Here's Detroit, Michigan. Now, here's an article written a few years ago, and I will leave the link below. It says, what is the oldest human man-made structure in Detroit? Many people would say it's the Charles Trowbridge residence or possibly the James Smith log house. But couldn't you say it's the burial mound located on the grounds of the Detroit historic Fort Wayne? Human remains more than 1,000 years old were removed from the mound in the 1940s. But this earthwork of sand and topsoil may not fully be what it appears. And here is a look at the only remaining mound. This is called the Fort Wayne.
The Fort Wayne mound in the back of somebody's backyard. They just probably thought it was a potbelly hill. That's a damn mound. And I know they didn't excavate it and took any little bit of rituals and disregarded any bones that was there. I guarantee they didn't disregard and threw away the bones and kept every significant piece of relic that they found inside of that mound. I know they did. All around it.
Near the old Fort Wayne site. But this is actually two mounds that were bulldozed together, and it's the only trace of this ancient history left in this area today. It says the monument at Fort Wayne was not alone. Before the 19th century, it was only one of several burial mounds built on a large sand hill that used to lie just north of the confluence of the Detroit and the Rouge rivers. The hill was about 300 yards wide, nearly 3/4 of a mile long, and rose 20 feet above the shore. The French called this area Belle Fontaine because of the abundant freshwater springs that gushed from the side of the hill. The British called it Spring Wells. The name was retained by the Americans when the area was incorporated as the Spring Wells Township in 1818. At least 3 burial mounds were built on the sand hill at Spring Wells. Farthest to the southwest was the Fort Wayne Mound. On the northeast end was the Copper Works Mound, so called because it was adjacent to a copper smelting operation. It says northwest of the Great Sand Hill was Carson's Mound, also called the Circular Mound. It says southwest of the Sand Hill was a mysterious circular enclosure called the Spring Wells Earthwork. Near the north bank of the Rouge River, about 1/2 mile from the shore of the Detroit River, was the Great Mound of River Rouge. Here's a diagram of a massive circular earthwork located where Detroit is located now today, very near the mound site. This is just southwest of the mound site, and I am assuming it's on this, what is called Zug Island here. I think that is where it is located today. Today, obviously, looking much different than it did a couple thousand years ago when this circular earthwork with an opening out to the Detroit River, I believe perfectly aligned to south. And this is what it looked like. This is really lost history. This is 250 feet by 350 feet. And here, coming from the 1800s, this is the...
So that mound you just seen in that nigga backyard in the fence, this is that same image of the mound, man. This shit go back a couple thousand years ago. How you want to just have some couple thousand years ago worth of structure in your backyard like it ain't shit? Man, the disrespect they do to our ancestors is intolerable. It's blatant disrespect. You understand me? Let's continue.
Great Mound at River Rouge in that neighborhood I showed you on Google Earth. This was all that was left of it in the 1800s. this had been dug into, and really treasure hunters or pottery hunters or people just digging here had greatly reduced the size of this mound from its original size. Originally, some reports had it 700 feet long. I mean, holy cheese and rice, that is one big earthen mound.
Holy cheese and rice. You understand? You understand? You understand what I'm talking about? Holy cheese and rice. 700 feet, 700 football fields. Is that what he said? Let's run that back. We need to run that back. Hey, man, make sure y'all support the channel, man. Moderators, drop that, you know what I mean, for the people that want to support. We need everybody to hit that like button, too, man. Shout out to Sister Betty for the cash out donation. She said, salute, little nephew. Shout out to Chief Morning Thunder. We appreciate the donation. Real talk. Yeah, nephew. You know, nephew a professor now. Goddamn. Professor. Shout out to Sister Betty. Make sure y'all support the channel. Don't let Sister Betty be the only one. Support the channel, man. We ain't even got started yet. We just cooking. Like, we just now cooking. You understand what I'm talking about? Let's see what he said.
Originally, some reports had it 700 feet long.
700 feet. 700 feet, that's a lot, man. 700 feet, that's huge. Huge structure. Come on, man. Look how small a horse is compared to it.
I mean, holy cheese and rice, that is one big earthen mound. Sorry, I had to use Ryan's line there. Now, what became of this mound? Well, I told you at the beginning of this series that these sites were treated much differently in different areas of the country. Some were preserved. Some were preserved a little bit later on in history. Some were taken apart for industry and neighborhoods. And some were just taken apart. And I know some of you have been upset at the way these mounds were treated. Well, buckle up. Here we go. It says, when the French settled at Detroit, they noticed strange formations along the shore near the Rouge River that flows into the Detroit River. They are indicated on this 1763 map of the area. And the area I showed you...
Look, so this is 1763 map of Detroit. This map from 1763. And the French was talking about they seen weird or strange structures by the motherfucking rivers and shit. Come on, man.
Google Earth.
You know what them structures was.
Right here. This is the French name for, I think, Sand Bluff. And they documented other mounds facing the river. And this is what Detroit looked like in 1763. Just a few block neighborhood. It says here, the vast number of skeletons found.
A few block neighborhood already had houses and shit, though. Apartment complex. That everything else was all the shit that you see open. That's not no brick. That shit was all trees and shit. Everything else was brick. It was built up already.
Just a few block neighborhood. It says,
mind you, this is a map of what they said, what they seen when they got there, not what because they didn't build this. Somebody else already built this. This is what they seen when they got here. And this is right next to these apartments. You see this structure, these mound structures right here, line right up. You got a couple on right here, and you got a couple on right here, right next to the neighborhood.
1763, a few block neighborhood. It says here, the vast number of skeletons found within this mound is consistent with the practice of the Huron Feast of the Dead. The Huron Wyandot people would gather every 10 to 15 years, disinterring relatives who had died since the last festival, and bringing their bones, bundled in beaver furs, to a sacred communal burial site. And it seemed they used sand from the nearby river, and people got interred here.
So it was like a family reunion. They would bring different family elders that may have passed in different lands outside of their ancestral land. And every year they would go and bring one or two of them back to the area, and they would do this get together in Detroit. This goes back in Detroit. This is what they would do. They would bring them down.
They use sand from the nearby river.
So that's some deep shit right there. That's some deep shit. Shout out to getting into some
People
more.
got interred here, and this mound just got larger and larger and larger. And that is pretty amazing. Today, sadly, nothing left of it today. Now here is a map of early Detroit, plotted out with the name of the property owners, and there's some people named Chase who own this area that the big mound stood on. What became of the big mound? Well, is this disturbing? Oh, I think it goes beyond that. It says Elisha and Caroline Chase came to own the land beneath the Great Mound, which was comprised mostly of fine sand.
Anybody know some niggas last name Chase in the area? In Detroit. And I need my Detroit brothers to speak up. Anybody know some Chase that y'all went to school with? Any Chase? Chases? I guess that's what I need to say. Come on, Detroit. Let me know. You ain't go to school with no Chases, did y'all?
And they hired Augustus Bordeno and his son Louis to dig sand out of the mound and sell it on the docks at Detroit for 2.5 cents a barrel. In the process, they uncovered 1,300 skeletons, which they simply tossed into the Rouge River. 1,300 skeletons were tossed into the Rouge River, where they probably lay at the bottom still today. It says, when Detroit's economy boomed in the 1880s, the factories which began trickling into Delray in the 1860s were drastically altering the landscape. The Detroit International Exposition was held here between 1889 and 1894, an event for which the Great Mound was finally leveled. The Solvay Process Company purchased the exposition grounds in 1895, taking advantage of the salt deposits beneath Delray to manufacture sodium carbonate. The Detroit Edison Company built a power plant adjacent to the Solvay property in 1903, and in the process destroyed an old Native American land construction known as the Springwell Earthworks. Now here is a pic from 1903. Teams prepare to lay a foundation of a powerhouse for Detroit Edison. And this is when the Springwell Earthworks were probably finally taken out for good. That pic, is that a mound? Well, it is a mound. What is it made out of? It is made out of buffalo skulls. And there is no context for this pic. And I find that really strange and a little gruesome.
Recordings just got better.
Man,
Hey, it's Dana from
that's fucking
StreamYard.
fucking
I'm so
buffalo
excited to announce
soldiers,
that
dude.
local recordings are
Here,
They look like a bunch of buffalo soldiers anyway. You know what I'm saying? Killing off the main source of food that the indigenous peoples would have ate. So that's a war tactic. We can't eat. It's hard to go to war. So they kill off the main source of food so niggas can't eat, and then they invade the land. This is exactly how they did. French was brutal people, man.
I find that really strange and a little gruesome. Here is an artist depiction from about 300 years ago of the Huron tribe's Feast of the Dead. And it looks like they're...
Now, mind y'all got to get out of your head. When they saying French, you got to understand that the French were black. They were melanated. The French are coming from Canada. The French were coming from Canada. There's no records or no boats from French coming from over there in Europe, making their way into Canada, settling. No, they just pop up and they coming from Canada out of nowhere.
Carrying the skeletons on their back. Now here is sand, little bottles that was donated to Harvard University, and some skeleton and some artifacts were also donated from this site to Harvard University, where I guess they still remain today somewhere. Now here is an illustration of the Detroit International Exposition grounds from the late 1880s, and this is when a lot of these mounds were finally destroyed. A little exaggerated, but that is a pic coming from that era. And going back to Google Earth, I think this is where that exposition in the late 1880s was held. And then down here, these were the mounds. This is where they were laid out. on these sand hills, and this river has changed. The shoreline has changed, but I think this right here is the old Fort Wayne site right here. Now the Detroit site, that lost site, that's fascinating. I will leave some links below. Here are some mounds that were found near Grand Rapids, Michigan. And let's just read about some other mound sites and some really interesting finds that were made. Now here is some prehistoric art that was found on a farm near Cass City, Michigan.
Like a nigga shooting a bow and arrow to me. This look like a nigga shooting a bow and arrow.
And I believe that is north of Detroit in what is called the thumb of Michigan. But this to me
look like a pictograph. This shit might be goddamn 1,000,000 years old while you bullshit. This shit might be 1,000,000.
When I looked at this, I said, well, I think that's Orion. And why do I say this? Number one, it's an archer. Some stars would match up in this pattern. In the really ancient people, when they described Orion, and if you look at Orion up in the sky, and if you're going to become involved in archaeoastronomy and looking at the heavens and looking at constellations, you should really go out at night and actually look at them. Because the one thing that you notice about Orion is the star representing the left foot is raised above the right one, and it looks like he is striding. And in depictions like this, when the left foot is raised above the right foot, that immediately to me says it's Orion. And even the ancients call him the striding god or the striding hunter in a lot of ancient texts. And the archer, well, let's take a look at something here. Now here is a star chart of Orion, and what the ancient people knew is they knew how the stars moved. And here you can see why ancient cultures used Orion as the archer, because it looks like he's pulling the bow back, and the ancients knew this. And you notice here, the star representing the left foot is raised, so that's why I think this depicts Orion. Left foot raised, the archer. Now, one thing I found very interesting is what the tribes, the more recent tribes, had to say in this area about the mound builders. It says here in a 1956 news article, amateur archaeologist Claire Reynolds told of an elderly Indian who refused to guide him to one of the ancient mound sites, warning, "It is not good that you go to the place of Yam Kodesh." The Indian insisted that the ghosts of the Yam Kodesh, the Ottawa name for the mound builders, meaning the prairie people, they still roamed the site. So these people were fearful of the spirits of these mound builders, and they certainly weren't going to mess with these mounds because they thought doom and bad things would come their way, and they were actually fearful. It's now written 70 years ago. It says, some archaeologists believe, based on uncovered artifacts, that the mound builders had entered the Bronze Age, had a high level of intelligence, and traded with the Aztecs and the Mayans. It says, in 1925, University of Michigan professor Dr. W.B. Hinsdale surveyed the Lower Peninsula and listed Michigan mounds by county. 7 county had more than 20 mounds. There were 57 mounds in Clinton County. Macomb had 25. Wayne 12. Oakland only had 2, and those were at least the ones he found. He said there are fully 600 mounds still to be seen, and at least 500 more have been totally destroyed within the last 150 years. And he's writing this in 1925. The enclosures...
So in other words, nigga have 1,100 mounds that have no record and haven't even been talked about. 1,100 mounds that possibly could be pyramids haven't even been mentioned or people have no record about. That's crazy. That's wild.
Usually known as Indian forts, but probably having no connection with military usage, are also vanishing rapidly. It is a duty of the state to locate, measure, photograph, and chart these structures before they disappear entirely. And there were other earthworks in the thumb area of Michigan. It says, 1. The Great Mound on the Rouge in Del Rey at the junction of the Rouge and Detroit Rivers captured the fancy of early historians. It was 400 feet long and 200 feet wide and 40 feet high, and that was by that time because it had gotten reduced by early people that were here. The French were documenting this place 300 years ago, and there was people going through it back then. But it says it was so packed with bones that they were easily exposed.
You hear that? You hear that shit? These niggas been rambling through our motherfucking force. Talking about 300 years before that, they was rambling through. They was going through it. What you going through and getting? Gold chains and rings and diamonds and coins and shit. Would you steal deeds and titles and fucking cars to a motherfucking wagon or something? Keys to a wagon, nigga? What did they take out of these mounds from the point where they discarded and left the open bones out? Human bones, our ancestors' bones.
By wandering cattle. And when this grand mound was raised, it was just leveled. It doesn't seem any excavations went on into the ground. There was some just brief excavations made of a few of these skeletons, but most of them were just hauled out of there, tossed in the Rouge River. One of the more interesting finds by this professor at the University of Michigan is this skull right here. He suggests that they were doing ancient brain surgery.
Damn, they was doing ancient brain surgery. So you know if a nigga got the science and the technology to be what we would call a surgeon, a brain surgeon in today's medical field, right? That means you an intelligent, smart nigga. If you ever seen a brain surgeon, that nigga smart than a motherfucker. He ain't no dumb nigga. He know all the advanced science, and he know the tools. He know math, chemistry, biology, anatomy. You understand me? Ancient brain surgery, and the skull to prove it. Yikes. We're talking a couple thousand years ago. We're talking 1 AD. That's just to give it in perspective. We're talking at the first century of the, after, you know what I mean, the first turn of the century, the first century, the first 100 year, nigga. Only thing, we had no invaders here yet, nigga. These were just smart aborigines, ancient surgeons, ancient American Indian surgeons. Come on, man. What can y'all find that at? Shout out to Juan Torres for the $5 Cash App donation. We really appreciate that. Shout out to everybody in the building. You understand? Ancient brain surgery. I don't think y'all understand that. That's deep.
2, 3, 4th, I mean, however old. The University of Michigan is this skull right here. He suggests that they were doing ancient brain surgery. Maybe 2, 3, 4th, I mean, however old this skull is put in these mounds, and we really don't know for sure how old these mounds actually are, but they seem to be of a prehistoric race, different, much different than the natives living in this area. Now, I have tons of questions here. Why was this perfect circular hole drilled in the back of the skull? What instrument could you use to do that back a few thousand years ago?
Well, I can tell you, Because yesterday we looked up an American Indian Encyclopedia and found in the Great Lakes area, which is happened to be where Detroit is connected with the Great Lakes, they found the drill bit going back 7,000 years ago, and it was of modern techniques. They even found different types of drills that was more like a solderer. Like I said, it will take out a particular hole out your skull. It looks just like how they got a hole in this skull. We know how it was done. This is ancient aboriginal scientists, real medical scientists. Like when you can't say that this is just a regular Indian. Oh, some Indian did brain surgery. No, an ancient surgeon who happened to be an Indian or Aborigine was doing surgery. That's like let's put it in perspective here. This ain't no savage beating a nigga in the head trying to fix his brain in. This ain't what this is. This is real surgery. Shout out to my brother attaching this one, man. What's going on with it? Attaching this one. Can you hear me? You in here with us? All right, let's continue. Shout out to the bro.
What purpose was this? Were they actually doing brain surgery? Did this have some sort of ritualistic purpose? What area exactly of the brain are they getting into? Is this by the stem, brain stem? Any medical anatomy experts out there could tell me how?
You know what they was doing by the brain stem? Doing stem cell research. I just told you that stem cell research go into the cloning. We was talking about this last night. This is a whole nother bill of drop that I will get into. But they was doing stem cell research. And this is almost a primary source of them going into somebody's brain, getting to the stem cell. Remember, this part that's connected to the plant, and they started doing genetic alterations. This is where that research would have come from. You got to hit that part to deal with stem. I'm just saying, this is some shit right there, man. Shout out to A1. We got A1 on here, man. Peace and blessings. You good now? You gotta unmute your mic, though. Shout out to my bro. He might be having some difficulties. But yeah, man. Damn, that's crazy.
Getting into? Is this by the stem, the brain stem? Any medical anatomy experts out there could tell me how this could be done a few thousand years ago? Ritualistic purpose? Were they actually doing surgery? I don't know, but I find that one of the most fascinating finds coming from ancient America. Now, here are some copper beads that were found at the site. Copper was found throughout. There was copper chest plate put over the leaders that were buried in here, the assumed leaders. There was also well-made, perfect copper kettles that were found. Seems these people were the ones that were taking the copper out of northern Michigan. They're the most likely candidates. Here is a look at the area today that the Great Mound covered.
We're anesthesiologists, surgeons,
that's now
emergency medicine physicians.
Parking lots and shit. Like
but here is a look. Here is where that Great Mound would have been. And here is the Rouge River today. And I found this fascinating. There was a woman buried in one of these mounds up the river that had shells from the Carolinas or Florida or somewhere along the southeast coast.
Didn't I just tell you that some of these elder people, they use this as a burial site? They will go and get some of the elders that moved away with some of their grandbabies and kids, and they will bring them back after they pass years later and bury them in where they were from. So it's not ironic that you will find shells from South Carolina, Florida. You know what I mean? It's not unusual. They found the nice little old lady who was down there and down south. You know what I'm saying? And they brought some of them bones back. Let's listen to this again.
The Rouge River today. And I found this fascinating. There was a woman buried in one of these mounds up the river that had shells from the Carolinas or Florida or somewhere along the southeast coast, all the way from there These skeletons seem to be of great stature. Were they giants? No, but they seem to be a very large people. And this tribe that came here every 10 or 15 years to bury their dead in this great mound, what they used to do is after they buried their dead in the great mound, they used to go wade out into the river because they didn't want the spirits of the mound builders to go after them, and spirits cannot cross the water. So they used to walk out here in a zigzag pattern to avoid the spirits of the original builders of these structures. And then what happened to the people that they interred?
Those people are called the old copper color. The old copper culture. We just talked about that yesterday. If you didn't get to catch out the live stream from yesterday, make sure y'all go check it out, man. The old copper culture is who was in that area of Detroit. And they would use copper instruments.
People who own this land threw 1,300 skeletons into the Rouge River. I just find that just unthinkable.
1,300 skeletons found in the Rouge River.
Including, it says, by the 1920s, the Delray area was fully developed and no trace of the Great Mound was left. However, a writer for the Detroit Free Press pointed out that the actual site of the mound itself has not been built up, but remains a bare spot covered with buckthorn and other noxious weeds, and used occasionally by cheap shows and carnivals. After nearly another century of industrialization, the area is barely fit for human habitation. Across the former site of the Great Mound, on the other side of the Rouge River, lie enormous piles of coal and coke. And what is coke? That is a byproduct of making petroleum. It's a sand, and it's pretty nasty stuff if you look into it. And it says, as if intentionally mocking the ancient monument's absence. Adjacent to the piles of coke is a noxious steel mill, and a few blocks away lies the city's sewerage treatment plant. An oil refinery lies just beyond that. And of course, the entire area is surrounded by the thousands of vacant lots and decaying century-old cottages left behind by people who could no longer stand to live in one of the most polluted neighborhoods in the United States. It is as if we needed to wipe away every last trace of the old civilization in order to make room for the near and inevitable fall of our own. Tribes made pilgrimages here to bury their sacred dead. They waded in this river to avoid the spirits of the mound builders or whoever built these original structures. They didn't want to mess with them. They thought they would be cursed. And this is Delray today. That is about enough of the history of this place that I can take. Detroit is the birthplace of my grandfather. This is the site of a sacred ancient mound. I have not mentioned this in the video, but I have a tiny bit of Native American blood in my family from my grandmother's side. She lived in Cleveland, Ohio. Hope you thought that was interesting, and you all have a very nice day.
Monzo.com makes GANs great again. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to say again because they never were, and they're complicated. See, with Monzo.com, making a Gantt chart is as simple as throwing a process or project stages here.
Hey everybody, video here for you today.
Yeah, we're going to get into something else in just a second, man. We got some more information we got lined up, man. I want everybody in the building to hit that like button, man. We're looking a little light on the likes, man. Can we get some likes in the building? Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Let's get a few likes in the building. All right. Let's thumb up the video. Shout out to my boy Melanie Gifted in the back. I'm going to let you on in just a second, brother. Just bear with me. Shout out to you. Good to see you in here, too. All right, man. Let's get it going, man. Let's go.
Everybody, video here for you today. Now I am working on some longer videos We are going to go to Turkey. We're going to go back to Egypt for a pretty important one. I've got a few other things planned, but I've been pretty busy since I got back from Florida. My mouth is finally feeling decent and 100%, and I can almost talk normally again. So things are looking up. I have to keep on doing this Ancient America series today. But today we're going down to Chillicothe, Ohio, and this town has many earthworks and ancient ruins in it and mounds. So this just gives you an idea how vast this culture was. One town has many different sites here. This is the Hopewell Culture National Historic Park. You can see the mounds here. I'll just back out, get an idea where we are, right on the river, of course. Here's a historic park we're talking about today, the Adena Mound that the Adena culture was named after, right down here. This is Ross County, Ohio. And down in Chillicothe, we have some earthworks. We have the Junction Group, and I will leave links for a few of those videos below. But here, driving along this road, this is the only thing that you really cannot see from the road. That's a little unfortunate, but here are the mounds. Let's take a look at what this place looks like with all the trees gone. But here from overhead, you can kind of get an idea of the mounds at the site and kind of see a wall here. But let's remove all this stuff. Look at some Lidar. And then looking at Lidar, you can kind of get an idea of the inner embankment wall, the mounds, one long one here clearly shown. And then it looks like an outer embankment wall probably. But this site was large, and it's in a city that is full of ancient ruins. And this is an artist rendition done by Richard Thornton of what this place used to look like maybe 2,000 years ago. But it says, sacred space is a place for reflection in the past and today. Earthen mounds and embankments forming huge geometric enclosures grace the landscape of the Ohio River Valley. These monumental structures were built by Native American hands almost 2,000 years ago. Hopewellian people gathered at these earthworks for feasts, funerals.
They already throwing the bullshit in by saying Native American. Hopewell was American Indian Aboriginal people. They using the word American Indian right here. They throw that Native in there so these other foreigners can try to take ownership. That's like a code word, like, hey, this y'all chance. Y'all can use this one. Like, that's how they
River
do.
Valley. These monumental structures were built by Native American hands almost 2,000 years ago. Hopewellian people gathered at these earthworks for feasts, funerals, and rites of passage. But the name Adena and Hopewell, just names that we place on these people because we don't even know who they are. This is Trek, Ohio. It says, what's known as the Mound City Group is part of the Hopewell Culture National Historical Park in Ross County, Ohio. This land was
like this. Them people that's in that Hopewell culture are Olmec. They are Olmec people. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Yeah, dude, man. Shout out to Don't Do It. He just sent in a $5 cash out donation. Shout out to my brother, Don't Do It, man. We really appreciate the support, man. Shout out to my brother, man. Real talk. We really appreciate all the support. He also said in the donation text, he said, for everyone to donate, the bill get better and better. That's a fact. It get better and better. Once you start getting these clear understandings, especially from the bill yesterday, from the information we gathered up from that bill leading up to the day, it gets better. So yeah, you're right. Everybody do need to support the channel with a donation. Support the channel, man. Cash App and PayPal information is at the bottom of the screen, man. Ticking across, and moderators are gonna put the info in the chat. Shout out to my moderators.
Used for funeral rituals by Native American civilization that flourished between 200 BC and 500 AD. Mound City is approximately 13 acres in size. A low earthen wall about 3 to 4 feet high lies around the perimeter. Its shape is that of a square with rounded corners. Perhaps the builders of Mound City thought the wall was a sacred enclosure separating the land of the departed from the land of the living. I think some of the mounds and some of the things in here have been restored, but here is the earthen wall surrounding the enclosure. But this park was investigated in the 1800s by Squires and Davis, who did work for the Smithsonian. But a lot of the earthworks in Ohio are similar to the geometrical earthworks found in the Amazon, shown here. Does that look anything different than the Amazon ruin? Not by much. Here is the biggest mound at the park. The tallest mound, it says it was first measured in the 1840s. The building beneath it was complex. A sunken room was entered along a ramp. When this room was no longer used, the builders left behind only a shallow basin, its clay lining baked red by many fires. Sometime later, leaving a set of posts in place, they filled in the room and built a new clay fire basin exactly above the old one. Upon a new floor, puddled clay and sand, they erected a building and laid out 10 cremation burials on log-supported earthen platforms. And here's the biggest mound and 3 other mounds that are kind of lined up in a row, and then the long mound right in front of it. Now here are some post holes found at the site that supported a house. Illustration of what they look like here. Here's a diagram of how the mounds were built. Gravel, and then
Nah, yeah, you gonna try to squeeze by this house, and you got these white boys out here. Look, we know that these houses would have been a lot more sophisticated than this. Come on, man, this some primitive ass shit.
you know what they look like here. Here's a diagram of how the mounds were built. Gravel, and then clay. Layers of sand on top of layers of clay at the bottom here.
We already done proved how mounds is very sophisticated. They use clay and they heated clay so it would dry, get hard. It's like glass, and they use it as a framing. So it's almost like a glass house. You feel me? With earthworks around it. That's how they would really use the clay. It's hardening, just like they use clay pipes. They would heat this. This all comes from, if you got clay pipes in your house, that house was built when Aborigines built it. That's an ancient Aboriginal technique. They also got pressurized wooden pipes that they did in the South, that you find more in the South. So you can find these particular styles of plumbing. You understand me? Flint, Michigan, got wooden and clay pipes all in the earth.
Here's the sand on top of layers of clay at the bottom here. It says here, although the museum inside the visitors center at the park displays a small portion of artifacts disinterred from Mound City, many of the finest artifacts have been spirited away to distant museums. Some were excavated in the 1800s for the British Museum. Many other artifacts were taken away to be displayed at the Chicago World's Fair also in 1893.
Hey, I got that book, bro. Never Again. I'll drop it in the chat for everybody. Unexpected. Shout to my brother Never Hungry Again. He sent in a $5 cash out donation. He said read this book, Unexpected Faces in America by Alexander Vaughn. That's a great book. Phenomenal book. It's a phenomenal book. Shout out to my brother Antonio this morning. That is a phenomenal book. I need to check that out, man. Shout out to my brother Never Hungry Again, man, for the appreciate the cash out donation and the reference to that book, man. Yeah, I will look into that again. I think that's something that could be brought up for the people.
And
Hey, one, you with us?
Yeah, man. Peace to the guys, man. Peace to the guys. I got something I want to say. I've been trying to say, I don't know what the fuck going on with StreamYard. I tried to come through my computer, but I had to reset my router. But the part when he was mentioning the brain surgery, right?
Right.
You got to think of everything that goes into doing brain surgery, because there's different parts of the brain. The frontal lobe, the frontal cortex, and all these different parts of the brain. So that means that they had to know the different areas, because different areas of the brain is for different functions of just different mental functions, period. And even to control your body. Like, so for someone to have the technology, and remember they said they was doing with obsidian what's the name? Blades. Right, or scalpels rather, right?
Right. Even razor blade, copper blades. Got copper razor blades that was just as thin as razor blades today, they said.
Yeah, so and what part was that at? That was in Mesoamerica?
Nigga, no, that's in Detroit.
Oh, okay. In Detroit. See what I'm saying? That's in Detroit. And that's what so look, so when we see brain surgery in American Indian Encyclopedia, right? There is numerous places where this shit was being where it was being conducted. You know, it wasn't just in one area. That's what a lot of people fail to realize. So in Detroit, for some people to have the science to do brain surgery, imagine what else they had the science. You know how you do you know how intelligent you have to be, and how, like, you know, your hands, like, you doing a surgery that's delicate like that, you can't be shaking, you got to be sturdy, everything, you know what I'm saying? So it takes a lot into even being able to pull that off, not less the science that you need to know to be able to do it. So definitely, man, shout out to that brother, man, for just agreeing with what we've been putting out there. So
Yeah, you gotta take it where we can get it. And it's scarce when it comes to this hidden and disregarded and ignored history about our ancestors. You know what I mean? We got to get it where we can get it, you know. And we're doing a good job explaining that we've been here for some time. And not only the time that we've been here, we was advanced from documented time that you have found us. We haven't did anything really primitive. You find primitive shit that they try to equate to us, but in that same system, you're finding advanced shit. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, why would they do this primitive shit if they was doing the advanced shit? So that's a whole nother conversation and argument that we can get into, because I believe it was two different cultures here that was documented. Just like you see two different cultures now living side by side. You have advanced cultures living in the Amazon, living in the South America, and then you have primitive cultures living in those same areas in close proximity. So
everybody see a lot of some of the questions, you know, that was proposed to me was, you know, everybody wasn't doing architecture. You motherfucking right, everybody wasn't doing it. Everybody had their role to play. But did everyone benefit from it? You know what I'm saying? Did everyone benefit from it? Yeah, everybody wasn't masons and everybody wasn't builders. But everybody played the part, you know what I'm saying, a part in the system. So it's like, you know, okay, you got the architects, right? You got the people who put the project together, right? Then you got the actual masons that actually, you know, use their craft to actually construct this structure, right? Then you got the laborers, right? You got the laborers, and then with that, if whatever type of um electronical inventions we had at that point in time, because there was a lot of different ways, methods for which we was able to harness electricity into numerous different objects. But it takes a lot. So you got them people. And then plus you got the people who feeding them, right? Then you got the people who are actually producing or farming for the food to even come to the people who feed. So everybody had a part to play. No, everybody wasn't architecture. No, everybody wasn't scientists. No, everybody wasn't doing brain surgery. But was you part of that civilization that was doing it? Yes.
all right, that's the question we gotta ask. We got a very advanced civilization, and I think there's things that we're uncovering, and there's things that's very a mystery, and we're gonna get back into the bill. But like for instance, these giant trees, these giant plant species that once occurred here, I believe there's a hidden architectural science dealing with electricity that was done by our ancestors, and I get to that in another note. Electric or agricultural. Y'all, a lot of y'all may not even heard of, like, what the fuck is he talking about? Well, a lot of our ancestors used electricity and incorporated with agriculture to amplify the plant species that you was growing. It will make them larger. It will produce more. They will get bigger. So we'll get into that in another note. I have all the documentations on that as well. So that'll be a good bill for you guys. Ancient science, electricity, antiquitech, antiquitech, agricultural science. That'll be a good one. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's continue.
These ended up at the Peabody Museum at Harvard. But like the Tremper Mound I did the video on maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, this place was filled with effigy pipes. Let's just watch the video here.
A large bag left next to this clay basin was filled with ashes, beads, some copper items, and about 200 carved effigy pipes, all purposely broken. The pipe bowls were a variety.
Some copper items and some whole bunch of effigies and pipes.
Animals carved with accuracy and great artistry. 3 showed human heads. In accord with American Indian tradition, the figures may portray personal guardian spirits, and deliberately destroying them.
Nigga ain't drawing no good 3D.
3 showed human heads.
Look at these images, like a nigga face with a bird, some young niggas, his grandkids. Yeah, these are pipes passed down from generation to generation. You understand me? Let's look at some of this image.
In accord with American Indian.
Look at this detailing. You can't be a savage to be able to have this type of artistic ability.
Bro, they found the same pipes at the Seneca remains that they found in Central Park. They got a whole website of all of the artifacts that they found in Central Park, and they got the same fucking the same type of carvings, right? But then you match that up with the pipes that they found in certain places in Virginia, and now you see that. Now you see this, and you said that's in Detroit. So
yeah, this is all in Detroit area, in the Ohio area. This is one of them ones. You got 2 avatars on there. I'll make sure that's
I was trying to come back in.
No, you good. I had to make sure that niggas be trolling and shit. Niggas that come in with your name and your avatar.
Indian tradition, the figures may portray personal guardian spirits, and deliberately destroying them was a way of releasing their powers. Yet how would personal pipes end up together in this large collection, very much like another found at the Trumper Mound, 40 miles to the south? Were they pilgrimage offerings? Tokens of community? Or were the ancients?
Now look at the snake curling up. Come on, man. These are symbolic stories. Look at this. This is a damn quail. Come on, man. Look at this. Some amazing shit. Look at these fine detailed in the pipes. Nigga can't even do that now. I can't do that. Like, I ain't even gonna lie. Whoever did that better than me when it comes to that.
You don't even find pipes in Africa. So
the detail is crazy, yo.
Yeah. You don't find all of our people smoke pipes. My grandfather used to smoke a pipe. You know what I'm saying? All of our people smoke or chew snuff. You know what I'm saying?
My great grandma used to chew snuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That was blowing that good gas in there. They had that homegrown Great Lakes water marijuana. You understand me?
Now I'm talking about the tobacco though, just the tobacco, the flavored tobacco and all that shit. Like that pipe, that flavor used to be smelling, you know what I'm saying? Used to have a particular smell to it. Like,
yeah, I'm gonna show y'all some pipes found in St. Louis with cannabis residue found in them. Still to this, they found them in present time with cannabis residue in it. Still with pieces of cannabis in it.
That would have been your assassins.
You understand me? Wait till we do the St. Louis history. Y'all gonna enjoy that one.
Renewing life by burying the pipe creatures in the earth like seeds.
But I find those effigy pipes fascinating. Spirit.
That's the most impressive thing to me is those effigy pipes. Those creative design, the detail, the ornamentation that you've seen in some of those pipes is crazy to me. You understand me? All right, man. Let's get to some more heat, man. We got some more heat. I want everybody to thumb up the video, man. I need everybody to thumb up the video. All right. So we're gonna get to some shit. All right, where we at with it? I'm gonna do this last one. We're gonna go to Ohio with it. We about to go to Ohio with it. All right. We about to go to Ohio with it.
Hey everybody, video here for you today.
Oh, wrong video, you guys.
Everybody, video here for you.
Fuck. Oh, here we go. My bad, you guys. Damn commercial. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Make sure y'all drop them fire emojis, man. We just cooking up one. Got a Thompson this morning here. I know he got some shit he about to cook up. I got some other stuff I want to get into pertaining to
I
the
can't even
American.
share my screen, bro. I'm on my phone right now.
Oh, it's all
I had
good.
some shit I was gonna show
But
the
you can talk
areas.
about some shit for sure.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
But yeah, you know, I know A1 like the shirt. That's his thing. He gonna get into one of them bags. Oh,
Buddy, video for you today. This is a by request video. This is a subject I have covered before in recent weeks. Huntington, West Virginia, Homer, Ohio, a few other places. But talk of giants. What do we really know about this time period? What was found by early settlers in ancient America? Well, I've had a couple requests for this video. We're going to go down to Ironton, Ohio. It's right on the river, right down here. Here is Ironton, Ohio. Portsmouth, a few other places are nearby. Huntington, right up here. Ashland Mound site. I've not talked about that one. I've had some messages on that. How much can we rely on newspaper reports coming from the 1800s? Well, I find it pretty interesting, but it seems there was a bunch of mounds, maybe down in this area here, that were removed a long time ago, and reports of skeletons were found. Just do a little reading. I was asked about this site by a few different people. Thought I'd challenge myself as a researcher to see what I could find. Here's an article from February this year from the Ironton Tribune. Giants among us, skeletal remains gave rise to regional legends. They reprint an article printed in the 1800s. Very interesting. Just reading from the article, it says in the late 1800s, there were many claims of giant skeletons found in the region, with the story of the Adena giants becoming well known throughout Appalachia. Lawrence County's history is replete with evidence of Native American occupation, but an article from the 1892 Ironton Register newspaper indicates a rather unusual find. Here's an account of that newspaper article. It states that S.C. Winkler entered the newspaper office with a basket that contained the skull from one of several skeletons he had accidentally dug up on his farm. This particular skull was from a skeleton that measured nearly 9 feet long and was possibly a member of the Adena Giants, commonly known as the Mound Builders. Mr. Winkler and his friend from the paper immediately mounted his 2-horse express and headed towards the farm, which had originally belonged to Luke Kelly, one of the first settlers of Lawrence County. Now, I'm using a few different websites. I will leave these links below, but here is Luke Kelly, one of the first people that settled in Lawrence County, Ohio, in this general area, who's on his son's farm right down here in this area that these skeletal remains were found. So I've talked about this in other videos of this kind. How accurate is this information? Why are so many of these articles pretty much exactly alike? And what was found with the burials and other stuff like that? But 9 feet tall, that's very tall. Is that a giant? Well, that's certainly that's certainly getting up there. But were they exaggerating? How accurate was that? It doesn't give any descriptions here of like accurate archaeological work done with these skeletal remains, but let's just read on here. It says the spot where the skeletons have been found was where Luke's son Joshua Kelly's residence had been constructed in 1828. The men began shoveling and uncovered several more human bones along with pottery and a 5-foot long strand of beads. In nearby Portsmouth, and these are some artifacts are in the Lawrence County Museum from the Kelly property, I guess. It says in nearby Portsmouth, a skeleton measuring 7 feet 4 inches tall was uncovered in 1895. The Adena Mound in Chillicothe, Ohio, was excavated in 1901, and many similar skeletons and artifacts were uncovered at that time. But copper, shell beads, stuff like that. Similar reports of artifacts and similar mounds coming from these burials all the way from Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee, places around that area. Seems it was coming from one culture and reports of very large skeletons, but how big were they exactly? Doesn't seem we have real super accurate reporting, but very similar reports of skeleton being over 7 feet tall, that is for sure. But the newspaper from about 130 or so years ago continues. It says some of the bones were very large, showing that there were giants in those days, probably the mound builders. Among the remains were the thin cranial bones of a child that almost fell to pieces at the touch. It would have been almost impossible to rescue a complete skeleton unless a person were able to do the exhuming entirely with careful fingers, and then he would find many of the bones quite imperfect. There seemed to have been no order of burial except that the bodies were laid with the heads in the direction of up the river. Is that a symbolic burial practice coming from these people based on their afterlife beliefs? Well, if you're familiar with Path of Souls, well, it's a lot like Egypt. It says the Luke Kelly homestead was explored during an archaeological dig in the 1980s when it was owned by the Belleville Mining Company. The dig uncovered bones, buttons, pottery, coins, and other prehistoric field specimens. The Lawrence County Museum is now in possession of these items with some of the display at Briggs Library. Here is a letter written in 1892 to the newspaper by somebody who was at the Kelly property when they did work on a cellar. It says about 4 feet down, they dug up a big human skeleton that was nearly 7 feet long, and the jawbone with teeth in it would slip over the jawbone outside the flesh of his grandfather's face and not press it in any. He was 5 feet 9 inches and weighed 165 pounds, and the jawbone would fit just right over his face and not touch the skin. It says the leg bone from the knee joint to the ankle joint would, put on the floor, come to the top of his knee, and there was a bone spear in the shape of a knife blade 11 inches long found with the skeletons dug up there. Seemed like there was many mounds in the Ironton area, and many of them got plowed over. And then in farmers' fields, some of the skeletons actually got plowed up by the farmers. But I'm assuming some of the original mounds look like this one. This is the video, Lost History, Ohio. The Giants, a Tiny Homer. And here is another one. This is the Lost to History Dover Mound, a very large skeleton. Seems a shaman of some sort was found in here. Had some sort of panther symbolism on them. But I'm assuming the mounds in Ironton look like this one. This is found Dover, Kentucky. That's just one of many places along the Ohio River. Reports of large skeleton and mounds being removed a long time ago. I did a video maybe about a year and a half ago. There's a lost henge and mound right out in this area. Dover, Kentucky, Huntington, West Virginia. This area was full of reports of large skeletons being found. How much can we believe? Well, I guess that's all up to the individual, but reports from all over this area, large skeletons being found. Just want to thank my viewers for asking me if I had heard of large skeletons being found in Ironton, Ohio.
That's for you giant lovers. I know y'all liked that one. Shout out to everybody in the building. Hey, One, what up with it?
Shit, just sitting back listening.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, brother.
Yeah, but when it come to the Americas, man, you find all that shit here. And a lot of people, that's not their focus of interest when it comes to just, studying, this continent, if people even into that, because most people talk about geology, and that's one step with knowing history. You have to know history. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the thing is, right now, that we able to go back and recreate history according to how these people taught us, and give us back our original history. It doesn't matter no more. The only thing matters is, family and, I mean, like I said, man, it's more aspects to this shit, because the stuff that these people find in America, I want to align my family up with that and my history. You know what I'm saying? I want to line my people up with that. I don't want to just line my people up with this, primitive type culture. You know what I'm saying? If our ancestors was responsible for these sciences and technology that they found in America, then you should be the one to step up and claim it, because these Europeans, they can't claim it because they're not from here, and they're not even telling you the Native Americans are responsible for it. They don't even say that. They don't even they don't even try to go there with it. They're just saying these are mysterious people that just disappeared and shit. But we know we them people because we see that the science continues. All that science continues all the way up into the 1900s and even today. But we're preoccupied by social media and entertainment. So we're preoccupied. We no longer focus on unless you've been trained to learn to focus on technology, which most of our people were, because like most of our family members had they knew something of dealing with construction. They either knew carpentry, or they knew some form of masonry, or they knew
electricity,
electricity, plumbing,
roofing.
mechanics. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
All that motherfucker was just a good ass gardener.
All of that, but you could be all of that plus a gardener, nigga. You could be all of that plus a farmer. You could do all. You got long days. Your days don't end to 9, 10 o'clock, nigga, because you're the handyman. You the person who are responsible, and then under you got other males that's supposed to be the apprentice class, right? That's learning this shit just on GP. They learning this on GP. None of them trying to go into none of these trades. I mean, well, some people do actually pick up one of these trades and become proficient in it, right? But for the most part, these are just common skills that people supposed to know, you know what I'm saying, that we knew before. You know what I'm saying? And when I say like people been raised to become that, or raised to understand it, because if you're around the house not doing nothing and you're able body, then they gonna put you to work. Your whole family gonna put you to work. And you're gonna learn by default. You're gonna learn by being part of the family. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, people gotta get back into that, because people think they're gonna get land and you don't know what the fuck to do with land. You ain't know how to start a fucking lawnmower. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what a weed whacker. You think a weed whacker is a golf club. You know what I'm saying? So you'll be lost out there if you don't have professional people out there. You know what I'm saying? Or people who know some form of tradesman or some type of trade. You know what I'm saying? That's going to help you be able to produce the land and keep the land fertile and keep the land up. So it's like, at this point in time, like, yeah, okay, I'm going to give you 100 acres of land. What you going to do with it? You're going to get so frustrated, it's going to become a fucking headache, to where you're going to sell it back to the same people who gave it to you. Like most of our ancestors did with the land we had. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, at the end of the day, man, I would love to hear somebody, have some tangible and real solutions to like what people going to do, you know what I'm saying, as far as, like I said, when you get these lands. You get these lands, like I told people, that your first priority is find some people that's going to contract with you to set shit up on the land. As long as they don't contaminate the land with trash and waste and chemical waste or whatever, then everything is good. You know what I'm saying? But you're supposed to find some people who willing to contract with you, who gonna be utilizing your land, and that's how you gonna be utilizing your money. Along with that, other properties you could put on your land. You know what I'm saying? So
now that's a fact, man. We got Darvis Baylock and we got Melanin Gifted on here. I want to say shout out to everybody in the chat as well. Shout out to my brother Old Dude for the $5 cash out donation. He said I sent in 5 for the $5 challenge. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate the challenge. I appreciate you, supporting the challenge, man. Shout out to all the American Aborigines in here. Make sure y'all drop a fire emoji if y'all can see the screen and hear the brothers on the chat, man, on the panel, man. Peace and blessings to everybody, man. Melanie Gifted, Dolphins Baylock, A1. What's up with it?
What's up, brother? How y'all doing today?
Man, we cooking up a little bit. We just cooking a little bit. We about to get into this next little stretch.
Yeah,
This
shit.
next little.
I was peeping the build about the mounds, like the undocumented mounds and shit. And like I'm right here in St. Louis, and like they got a whole goddamn town that's built on top of like a mound structure. I don't think it's on the internet or nothing like that, but it's called St. Charles. They call it like old historic St. Charles. They said the shit was built in like in the early 1800s, I think like 1806 or 1805 or something like that. But it's built right across from the Missouri River, and it's a perfect ass like a platform. It like the first surface is flat, then it go up into like a diagonal sense of direction. Then it go back flat. Then it repeat the same thing over and over again. And it's like a man, the shit's so steep that like you gotta hit the gas hella hard just to go up the hill, bro. Like if you look behind you, it's the river, but you going up, man. You going up the damn hills so much that like man, it's crazy. I'm gonna have to show y'all one day. I'm gonna have to show y'all one day, man. The shit look crazy, and
Nah, you
they still
definitely gonna
developing
have.
some. Yeah, it's a place called like Maryland Heights. It's a place called like Rolling Hills. Like they build parks on top of the shit. They built like parks and what else? They building like plazas and shit. You know, they digging up the earth and building like plazas and shit like that. And I don't feel like they're gonna release that type of information until way after the fact, so when nobody can't do nothing about it anyway. That's not nothing that they're gonna release at that time.
They got that shit in a time capsule. The same thing they had with the Sir Solomon Jones film. They released that shit later on when people was confused and they don't know what to make of the footage that they're looking at. You know what I'm saying? But we know, those that really, what I'm saying, outside of what your private business is, what I'm saying, this shit right here is something that, people we supposed to know about.
Peace, peace, peace to the panel, man.
Peace, dog.
How y'all boys feeling today? Brother Darvis, what's going on with it, man? Hey, man, let me give a special shout out to a couple of brothers that just supported the channel. Shout out to Snake God for the $15 cash out donation. He dropped a fire emoji in the text and said fire bill. Also, shout out to the brother B. Amos. He said fire bill as well. Appreciate you for the $5 cash out donation, supporting the $5 challenge as well. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Go ahead, brother Darvis. How you feeling? You enjoying the build?
Yeah, man. I got in a little late though. I mean, I had a lot of stuff going on this morning, man. But man, yeah, man. I'm just jumping in here, man, checking it out, man.
Hopefully everything good with you this morning. We just going
man,
in.
everything good. I'm here. I'm breathing. I mean, I'm free, so ain't much more you can ask for. Ain't nothing to complain about.
Get a people a drop, man. Give
them some history.
Get a people a drop real quick. Yeah, give him a drop, man. You know how it go.
And with that. But the day the Sabbath, man, so I've basically been dealing on biblical stuff, know what I mean? But I'm over there checking your boy out, know what I mean? But I have to get off the Bible, man, dealing with the Torah. Every Saturday, that's the same thing I do every morning. Once I'm finished doing that, then I check on one of y'all boy channels and whatnot. But I got a couple books, man, I've been checking out. I ain't really get deep enough into them to really tell what it's about. But I just started reading, though. I had one on the damn screen. Hold on a second.
Yeah, man. I want to say this. We gonna. I don't like. Well, I should say this. If we proving to ourselves, uh, who we are, that's cool. But I don't feel like we should be trying to prove that shit to nobody else, because all they gonna ask for is evidence that been destroyed. Goddamn me, the absence of evidence is evidence to themselves. So we can have this discussion like in house. That's just my opinion, though. Because all these other motherfuckers be coming in, putting their 2 cents in, asking for evidence that they know motherfuckers deliberately hiding, and then we got to piece together pieces of the puzzle because all the shit been scattered all over the place.
What evidence would that be?
Nah, I'm saying the absence of evidence is evidence in itself. The fact that they covering up the mounds, the fact that they keep changing the identity, the the fact that like we got a distorted history to show it's a lot of cracks. Like it'll give a motherfucker like cracks to look through to try to like
But
to the
check
point
this
where they can
out.
see. Yeah.
Check this out, right? The mounds are thousands of years old, man. These mounds
No,
that
for
they're
sure.
showing are thousands of years old.
Oh,
At
for
this
sure,
point
sure.
in time, you know, we had cemeteries, man. You know what I'm saying? We had
Yeah.
cemeteries. And where you
And we
think
got
these people copied the? Where you think these people copied the whole cemetery process
Nah,
from?
I know I got on here one day and talked about them building cemeteries on top of the old ones. Because if you go through every cemetery that's in my city, it's nothing but old ass structures in there that don't belong in a
they
motherfucking
did that where
cemetery.
I'm from too. They
What?
built neighborhoods next to it, Walgreens over old Negro burial sites.
Yeah.
But
Uh,
check
See,
it
see.
out. What do they call like in a cemetery, right? Them large buildings. What do they call them? Like the buildings where they hold like whole families. Like you know what I'm saying? What do they call them?
Shit, I don't even know.
Mausoleums.
My. Mm-hmm.
This is and you know, I got a whole cemetery that's buried underwater in Florida. These niggas will go through the trouble to say that they built the fucking cemetery underwater, but then other people is saying, "Now they lying. That's an ancient cemetery." But this is
Man,
the
niggas
trouble
don't
that
even know, man. I got books on shit called American Indian Islamic Culture. I got a book. I was just gonna pull it up today. I was like, nah, I'm gonna say that. That's some heat for a nigga right there. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Yeah, no, I wasn't. Yeah, but yeah, I wasn't saying there wasn't no
As a matter of
evidence to
fact,
like
I
to say
want
that
to
we
give
could put it
y'all an
together.
update. We're going to be doing a part two to the American Gods pay per view, you guys. We're gonna be doing a part two to the American Gods pay per view, and we want y'all to be involved, man. It's gonna be another classic, another movie, man.
Don't forget Pan Africanism, the destruction of Pan Africanism. Or we might revamp the title on that one though. But we're gonna do another exam.
Out of Africa theory on trial.
Yeah, something to that effect,
Yeah,
definitely.
something like that.
I think the brother was trying to say something. What you was trying to say, my brother?
No, I was basically saying like I wasn't saying that it wasn't any evidence that we would hear prior to anybody else's arrival. I'm saying like the fact that they tried to hide and cover shit up is evidence in itself. After you already told us who these people was, supposedly y'all saying y'all don't know who they is, and the people that y'all accredited to saying that they not building it, like
Yeah.
the so-called like Native Americans. So I'm saying like in court they'll say the absence of evidence, like the rest of the saying, OG. You know what I'm saying? Like the absence of evidence, them what they say is ain't the evidence, whatever it is. But I'm saying the fact that these motherfuckers try so hard to hide shit should be enough evidence for us as a people to open our eyes and
But
already know
look,
what's up.
you would say this to yourself, right? All right. So in your lifetime, right? Let's just sum this down, right? In your lifetime, you ain't never seen like your people always lived in the house. Even when you go back down south, right?
Mm-hmm.
For people who can go back to like the early 1900s, right? Even if you go back in the south, and some people still got the old houses that they lived in growing up, right? So you ain't never seen your people living in nothing but structures, right? You know what I'm saying? Houses, buildings, even like in the South, right? Never seen no TPs, never seen no wampans, right? Your people always had some level of civilization. Even when we go down south to some of the places down south that don't might not have some of the same technology that the city got, they still got technology and resources, you know what I'm saying, to where they can survive. Because that's what all of this should equate to, survival. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you know, even with tribal affiliations, you never seen none of your people. All these black Indian pictures that they be showing them, a few people out of many who went with them people. Our people was running around here with fucking 3-piece suits. You know what I'm saying? With fucking
What they
canes
call
and
Victorian wear.
yeah, motherfucking canes and scepters. Nigga had scepters. Niggas run. That's where the cane come from. A damn scepter. You know what I'm saying? But you know when you really look into the history, that's not us. We wasn't doing. Yes, you was. You was doing that. Your grandfather ain't never coming in with no motherfucking no fucking pants with no what them shits called the fringes on them or
Bottoms and shit.
some fucking moccasin slippers or some suede pants with the fringes on the side. You ain't never seen nobody in your family wear that shit ever. Hell
no.
You ain't got no pictures of
Only
people.
time you seen a nigga with some type of fringes or tassels when a nigga was a cowboy and he was on a motherfucking horse or something.
And the cowboy pants do look something similar to that, right? Because they got fringes on the side of them.
Yeah, the tassels, fringes, yep, whatever you want to call
it. They got fringes on them. When you look at the pull up a cowboy picture, that's what they got on it.
That's
right?
what that is, and a lot of people don't know what that's meant for, but
right. But you know, at the end of the day, you ain't never seen any of your people. Your people always lived in a house. You know what I'm saying? So you have to ask yourself, well, wait a minute, because when you go back to the houses, some people got houses that been in their family for 300,000 years, man, and they still standing, bro. For real, in certain areas. Now they might be older than 3,000 years.
Yeah.
No, I mean 300 years. My bad. I'm bugging. I said 3,000. 300.
I got a question, man. So y'all think the cribs with the basements is older than the ones that don't have them?
The what?
Like the cribs, the houses with the basements. You know, like
all
so.
houses have basements, sublevel.
No,
that's the. Because remember
no,
you
I'm
had
saying
tunnels.
like that's what I'm saying. Like certain cribs, like AP was saying earlier, if you find like some clay pipes in there, then this shit ancient.
well,
I know.
Imagine ancient houses being built, and these are ancient apartment complex all over the Americas, and just say in the North America, in this one particular area, and the ancient houses share the underground basement that later becomes what archaeologists call underground tunnels. These could just be connected basements from apartments and cities, and come on, man, underground storage niches.
That's what I was saying. And then like you know, in our tradition, we usually build on top of the older shit. You know what I'm saying? So ain't no telling how deep that shit go for real, for real. Like how old the majority of this shit is. Cause
Yeah, man.
they don't even bother to do it because they know it's old as hell anyway. They testing all the shit that they choose to test. They not coming directly in the hood testing shit. They testing shit in remote areas where motherfuckers gotta dig. Ain't nobody coming digging in the hood when niggas still lit. I bet you that's where the
But that
oldest shit at
science,
anyway.
that's the science method that they use is not absolute. It's still because remember, see, all right, you gotta look at it like this, right? They're trying to keep human existence in a certain time frame. They never want to be like, all right, well, you know, people, you know, had cities 20,000 years ago, but we find people who do make these finds and are willing to publish them, but they just never publish like in a National Geographic or the Smithsonian. You always got to go through one of these so-called, like what you may think would be some type of tabloid archaeology site. But in all actuality, they're the ones who allowing it to come through because the other newspapers and all these other people who post this literature are not accepting the finds because it's outside of their scientific realm. It's a certain timeline that these people want to go off of. You see what I'm saying? There's a certain timeline that they're going off of. They try to keep Homo sapien to what, 200,000 years? And I don't even go with the terminology Homo sapien. That's dealing with homunculus people. We're different. We're the guys. All them Homo sapiens and all that's dealing with the homunculus, the people who was created.
Right. So they gotta modify the shit. Right. So they gotta modify shit based on the current the current, like basically the current like the information that's out
The
basically, like
current
whatever they.
paradigm, the
Yeah,
current
yeah, exactly,
paradigm that
exactly.
these
Cause
people got.
right, cause they'd say a motherfucker showed up around this time and that time, but for real, if they really dated this shit, like you said, which I don't believe they really can. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, it ain't
See,
it ain't
I'm not
absolute.
foolish enough. See, listen, understand this, right? from somebody, from somebody that went back to school in his later 20s, and just knowing like what my cousin used to always say, flim flam. Like flim flam is some type of deceptive shit. Somebody trying to deceive you. So we used to use that terminology, flim flam and shit. And then nigga, we had a certain signal to let each other know it was some flim flam going on. So now, if you paying for education, right, and you take up history, right, 101 through 107 and never hear about none of this shit. Never hear about no Olmecs. Never even they'll show you the Aztecs. I will admit that. They'll show you the Aztecs. They'll show you all the civilizations over there in the Mediterranean, right? Because that's where shit was popping at over there. The Mediterranean, North Africa over in Europe was the only shit in history really popping. You understand what I'm saying? That's the only places. And when we talk about ancient Europe, them the only places that was popping over there, bro. You see what I'm saying? And that science was transversed from the Americas to over there. And people will make videos about this. I've been talking about this shit for years. People make videos about it, but they still won't be real about it. So if these people left from over here and went over there, okay, so either you went over there and punked them, because this is just the street. This is the street understanding of that's coming. That I'm kind of like going back and forth with educational shit and what I learned in the streets. So if we left from here and went over there and punked the entire fucking continent, nigga, an entire continent, the European continent plus North Africa, right? We went over there, punked all of that shit, and then we constructed these buildings and these structures and brought that science and all the stuff that we already had that we bought from the Amaru. You see? So people know this, but then when it come down, the Moors. Okay, so if we left from here and went over the Iberian Peninsula, boom, 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 North Africa, nigga, North Africa is from Morocco all the way to Egypt, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So, like, they keep saying that the people from Egypt came from the Americas, right? So you think all them other places before you get to Egypt wasn't conquered? And the same thing on the other side of the fucking Mediterranean, nigga. From motherfucking the port of Gaul, right? The port. Port is another word for fort, right? Because ports are forts. The P and F got some type of correlation, right?
Yeah.
Right? The P and the F got some type of correlation,
So
right?
they look similar. They don't even just sound similar. Sometimes they look similar.
Mm-hmm. So now look, boom, go to Portugal. They got ancient. Don't they got a pyramid off the water of Portugal? AP that we looked up. Yeah. I got a bill. Temple's Fountain of ancient Tennessee, and we went over all this shit, right? Then it's a pyramid off the right off the Portugal, off the coast of Portugal, right? But what I'm saying in a nutshell is this, right? I mean, if the science of this history doesn't matter to anyone, I've been saying this shit for years. I've been challenging people to do this shit for years, right? The science that we talking about, if it's pseudo to anybody, or you don't believe it, or you don't think that this setup, this is what the route or direction you need to be going forward, you know what I'm saying, to try to come into your evolution and trying to get what's yours with this history, then don't come here. This is we've been so far past a lot of these tribal aspirations, and we dealing with the whole law shit. Like what I just was talking about the land and all that shit. All of that shit need to be somewhere private, so people can get an understanding. I just shoot that shit out there just for people who are listening to understand that it's not that easy dealing with some land. If you're not redevelopment, or you don't know about redevelopment, if you ain't got no real people dealing with, you know what I'm saying, just who can come through and look at the land and see what they can do with it. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Because you might not even run pipes and shit through that land. You know how much money that shit costs to dig up the land and run fucking pipes and water and all that shit through it?
A study at Pennsylvania University said that it was white slavery in antebellum South during the Civil War era. That's
what's the source of that?
Pennsylvania University study.
Okay, so now they got a study in Pennsylvania University that's saying in the fucking South. The South was ran by us. The Europeans is only down in the South. Most of the Europeans that's in the South right now were slaves, nigga. And they stayed around us. And them people used to work for us, but they crossed us when the KKK, because the KKK, they was recruiting certain people, and they was even pressing up on other white people like, oh, if you don't join us, you against us. So therefore, we're going to treat you like we treat the niggas. This is the reason why you seen some white people getting lynched in the South.
Right.
But
Shit,
all them,
I seen some images of niggas in the KKK outfits too, though.
Of course.
I seen some niggas in the KKK
because
outfit.
most of the people in the a lot of these people are mulattoes, brother. A lot of these people got black, actually Aboriginal in their family. That's why they claiming to be Indians. That's why they claim, a lot of them claiming to be Indians. Because niggas was swirling with them. But see, they created some other primitive shit through the secret society that wants you to believe that these people was living like that. Oh, it's just one idea of what you consider Aboriginal. Because like I said, I don't even like to sometimes use the term Indian is Indian. You know what I'm saying? We know what Indian is, right? But it's just a connotative. Like every time I think of Indian, I'm thinking of some primitive shit because that's the way I look at it. And that's the connotative definition to the whole terminology. But when I say Aborigines, first from time of existence, who responsible for all this magnificent technology, different languages, different structures, different sciences that went around the world, and we created civilization. I know that shit hard to kind of ponder or hard to accept, but that's the reality of it.
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be that hard.
Look, and it wasn't in no motherfucking canoes, nigga. We had ocean liners. Who you think invented the ocean liners, nigga? The Titanic and these other boats were built by us, nigga. Like the gig been up. I'm sorry if you can't understand that, but the gig been up. Yeah, everybody wasn't building a ship, but guess what? Everybody can get on that motherfucker at the enjoyment what their ancestors made, nigga, and bring something to the table. What?
And as far as I want to say, as far as the architecture, you know, like say when motherfuckers went over there and dropped a bomb on Japan, and I say like places like motherfucking Dubai, Japan, like Tokyo, places over there, them motherfuckers were still living in huts, not even 50 to 100 years ago. So like when they came over here and got the science and took it back over there and rebuilt them cities in less than 50 years. Like they didn't came over here and got that knowledge just like they used to do back in the old time.
Shit. But look, when you talk about espionage and all of that shit, trading secrets, where you think that originated from? All the German science and engineering they got from us. They lie about Mercedes-Benz being the first automobile being produced. No, it was the C.R. Patterson Greenfield automobile first produced, which Ford stole that from there. Remember, Ford was giving the Nazis vehicles. If the Nazis had Mercedes-Benz, then why wasn't they using Mercedes-Benz for their vehicles? Why would they be using Ford? And Ford stole the idea from C.R. Patterson.
Right.
So it's like, come on, the gig is up, man. We already know, nigga. We had Zeppelins, we had air blimps, and we had planes, man. I'm just saying, man. We had planes, brother. You know what I'm saying? So we had all that science over here, and that's why when I say the gods, because it's giving you a different understanding to the science that go around the world. This science goes, look. The science goes around the world, nigga. Every country has a refrigerator, nigga.
That's what I was
Lawnmowers.
saying. Like a lot of these people ain't start developing their technology until they got exposed to how we was living.
But the Americans
You know
sold
what I'm
it to all
saying?
these
Like
people
even
so they
even
could
in
put.
ancient times, even in modern times.
But the Americans sold it to these people so they could put militaries on their land. That's the trade-off. The trade-off is okay. All right,
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna give you the science. Then we need to put a military on the land. Now we run you.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
China ain't had no cars and no
Yeah.
science and that technology back. Look, you go back and look at China
Man, the motherfuckers are still
50
eating
years
rats
ago.
and cats, bro.
50 years ago, Money Grip. Where did they get? Oh shit, we got the science from the Negro, right? Which is us. But niggas can't equate that
Mm-hmm.
science to us. They haven't looked at the overall point of view when it comes to this landmass. Your people's on this landmass, then you need to know as much as you know about this landmass. Not just okay, yeah, my grandmother fucking made lima beans. Okay, my grandmother made lima, pinto, black eye. And we know. But now what can you connect to that? They're
A lot of
telling you
times,
these people. What?
go ahead, Bubba, go ahead.
Mm-mm. Go ahead, dog.
A lot of times, man, we know like these farms that we had down here, especially in the South, like in Carolina and Georgia areas, a lot of these farms were so vast and produced so much. I mean, so much like beans or peas or collard greens, whatever you're growing. They forgot that what people don't talk about is how we used to ship that shit all over the world.
Yeah, and
You
that,
don't
but
need,
that
you don't
look,
need, you don't need 400 acres of farmland just to feed your family.
you can have a farm and still be a carpenter, brick mason,
Yeah. You know, too, right
a
there.
mechanic. You still would know all of the you would know agriculture, right? You know agriculture. Remember, you got in the South, you got what? AMTs. You got AMTs, agriculture, technology, and mechanics, right? So you would know agriculture. You would know how to fix cars, which is mechanics, right?
Yeah.
Then you would be engineering. When you create something, that's engineering, right? When anything you create, so if you got a trade like carpentry, you find, or even brick mason, you come up with a different form or style of a brick that you want to add in that's going to change the whole outlook of the structure or the ambiance of the structure. However it go, the science is infinite, and our people was the ones responsible for it. That's why these Africans don't want to talk to us. These Pan Africans on a real tip. The reason why you don't see us on a lot of these Pan African platforms, because what we're saying, they can't. They look. They don't have no rebuttal to it, because we can prove this shit emphatically. They have no rebuttal to it. They don't want us on there. They don't want motherfucker A1 coming on there, because I'm gonna bring it all for. I'm gonna bring it all. I'm gonna bring it all to them. They can't handle it. So they find themselves sitting back listening to this shit. They be intrigued about some of the shit we say. That's why I don't fuck with motherfuckers who just come on and just try to debate you just off of a topic that they never heard of. A real researcher, a real person who is astute is going to understand. I never heard of this, and it's going to be this. I'm not going to be true to myself speaking on something that I don't have no knowledge on speaking on.
Exactly. I noticed, man, a lot of cats up north, I would say up north, maybe out west too. A lot of these people up north and out west, family really stem from here. But when their family went off, why, for whatever reason, I mean, to the north or to the west, they started dealing with different cultures. And they were taught different things by people who really didn't know what they were talking about. And they drew a perception about the South.
It wasn't that they was taught different cultures. They had to learn to create different cultures in their environment. A lot of the history could easily be lost, man. We can lose history from over a couple generations. We are creatures of amnesia, and without record and then without constant practicing of what we call religiously doing something. This is how religion come in by constantly doing something. It gets lost. So
Yeah, and I
this is
agree
a
with
lot
that.
of these form.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I heard
See, a
we've
lot
been
of
here so
times,
Most
long that
man, people
we got
leave home.
historical amnesia.
most Negroes do
Ain't
the
that
same shit
running around with
on this
Gentiles?
whole look, most Negroes do the same shit, bro. And look, I live around a bunch of Caribbeans, right? Now, out of all the Caribbeans, Haitians are a little different. But like the Guyanese, the Jamaicans, the Trinidadians, they all come here and do the same shit. Niggas, I've been in at least 3, 4 different people little party or gathering. They all got macaroni and cheese, yam, fucking cornbread, the same shit we eat. And I'm not saying that that's um that's like, strictly what they eat, but they adapt the same culture. What they say, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. When in America, do as the Amaru or the Amaraka or the Americans do. So it's like, our traditions and our culture is something that's worldwide. These people then traded secrecy. They done took all the patterns, gave them to all these different countries. Right now, all these different countries got you thinking your best people are some motherfucking actors or some entertainers or some athletes, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Your best people came from engineering, bioscience, science. You know what I'm saying? All of that shit combined. All of that shit combined. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, at the end of the day, man, and that's like, even a lot of you young punks out there, right? If you ain't doing nothing, if you ain't, you gotta learn how to do something with your hands, man. You know what I'm saying? You gotta that's part of being a man. Part of being a man is being able to maintain shit. You have some understanding and shit. You never want to come across like, oh shit, the roof is the fucking rain dripping through the fucking roof. What am I going to do? Nigga, get a ladder, get some fucking plywood, and get the fucking work, nigga. Put a tarp over that shit. You know what I'm saying? Being in engineering or ingenuity. You know what I'm saying? This is something that comes to us by nature, natural.
Exactly. See, down here in the South, man, down here in the South, most of the houses you see built down here, usually mainly built by either people who live in the house or somebody around them. A lot of people would like right here where I live at, right? We got plumbers, we have carpenters, roofers. I mean, just about everybody can build. But most of us know how to build our own stuff. But they done came and started applying these licenses and whatnot and trying to prevent stop people from building their own shit. But before that, though, man, we all had this trade that we learned coming up. Everybody knew the basics about how to fix a leak in the roof. But basically, if you need to go ahead and leave this car on the side of the road or something, you can fix it right quick. I mean, you just go ahead and just get rid of the car. What? You gotta have a basic understanding. Know what I mean by the signs.
Yeah.
I don't think it's too many trade schools. I don't think it's too many trade schools no more. Like I remember growing up, a lot of my uncles and shit like that, they used to say they went to trade school, this trade school, that trade school, but I know the school curriculums changed and they start building it, like they shut down a lot of them schools. I feel like that's what was teaching our people the basic fundamentals of infrastructure. And it's like as soon as we gave these people, like what was that, like around the six, as soon as we integrated, all of the trade schools started disappearing.
Yep.
Goddamn, like basically as far as the education, because we been educated by somebody else. Or prior to then, like even with the Black Panthers, I seen a clip of the Black Panthers of one of the men in one of the schools teaching the young brother. It was like a little kid, like 4 or 5 years old. Basically, he was teaching them how not to compromise himself. Like he bribed him of $1. He yelled at him, did everything, and the little boy kept saying no, no, no. And I ain't, like, me personally, I ain't never seen what our people was teaching in our schools. You get what I'm saying? Like I ain't
That's what I'm
never
saying.
seen
So
no shit.
so like I told you, the general education system is a MK Ultra experience, bro. Because they programming you, they teaching you all of this pseudo information that everybody else who think they educated know pretty much the same pseudo shit. And then they stand on it because they paid for it. Like I said, I've been to school. 80% of that shit is irrelevant. Besides the bioscience, I had to do chemistry, I had to do anatomy, and pretty much the computer science and the research. You know what I'm saying? But some of the nutritionists research like I use like BMR, basal metabolic rate, TMF, thermal effects of food, BMI, body mass index. You know, I use this because I deal with fitness and I also do nutritional recommendations. But however it go, most of the shit you learn in school, like all of the history, is some pseudo shit. Some pseudo shit.
Not only that, though, I went to Job Corps. My mom sent me in Job Corps though when I was like 16. They got us some shit. My mama sent me up to Job Corps. I've been there for like right about 2 years. I came home, got put on a job, and none of that shit applies.
Yeah.
First thing they can tell you, man, everything you learned in school, forget about it.
You said, hold up. You said what you Job Corps normally have trades though, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Went into the plumbing. But I came home and went on a job, running a plumbing job, and they can tell you honestly, none of that shit apply.
But you knew the basics of it. A fucking plumber
the
basically unclog or run pipe from a waterway, or some water can either come in or go out. So
yeah, I understand that. But see, in Job Corps, they teach you how to live like say like copper pipes and cast iron pipes and all that. But when you get on the actual job, you find out nobody don't build with them no more. You ain't going to no house and really see that no more. Everybody use PEX. Everybody use PVC.
Them niggas too.
So all that shit you learn about cutting them pipe, that shit waste. I'd say waste of time, but it's null and void.
They too busy using all them precious metals for their own personal greed. So now they use the cheapest of the cheapest materials, so they don't have to use a lot of this finite metal and shit that they be finding like copper and a lot of these others. Like, you know, niggas had gold running through it. You know, you talk about Master Musa, they said that nigga had gold all through his facility, nigga. Like they was chilling heavy. Like, you know what I'm saying? And you know, it's man, it's just so much, man. And I feel bad for a lot of people who listen to this information and they don't understand it they don't fully understand the whole implications and aspects to what's going on and how you are directly connected to it. They don't even understand it. They don't even understand it because people focus too much on trying to be some type of opposer or trying to be objective all the time instead of being, you know, I ain't gonna say always being subjective, but you know, in certain cases, you gotta be subjective to only what you know if you're not willing to venture out and willing to be teachable. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people not teachable. They think that they learn a little bit of shit and they stand on this shit. You know what I'm saying? Emphatically, and think that, oh, this is it. Oh, no, I don't have no favorite researcher or no favorite teacher. I take the philosophies and the science and the archaeology, anthropology, and historic and genealogy, you know what I'm saying, research. And, you know, according to how much information I got, I lean towards that. I don't lean towards, you know, just like what somebody's saying. If I know in my mind that America was the first land out of the water, right? The land of the serpent, the Amaru, right? I know this. I can prove this. But there's still people who, oh, man, America don't come from Amaru. Okay, great. Great. Argue with yourself. I know what I know. And I ain't fucking crazy because I find too many sources that can correlate the research. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, your people had fucking trade. We had trade ports and forts, man. Throughout this whole fucking place, nigga, where we was trading everything. The triangle trade, nigga, is the trade that we had with people who left from the Americas and went over into the Mediterranean and all the areas or whatever and maintained business. Everybody wasn't able to do business with us over here. It was only some of them, and most of them was the ones that would have been in Spain and in them areas, the Britons and all of that shit. Them would have been the people who would have maintained the trade ports or who was responsible for it.
Right,
So
right. Because I was gonna say like the rivers, like shit. If you follow the rivers, shit, the rivers take you damn near to every part of the country. Goddamn me,
That's how
even
we travel.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's how we family. Like the rivers wasn't nothing but like old highways. Goddamn me, and like I said, shit, like I said not too long ago on another live. Goddamn me, I stay in St. Louis, bro. I went all the way to Biloxi, Mississippi, down the same motherfucking road, and I know that these people didn't build that. They built over that. That
It was
shit been there.
slaves.
That
If
shit
you
they
been there
notice,
got
for a
man,
while. 9.5 hours down the same road from the Midwest all the way to the Gulf, to the coast.
Man, y'all niggas going in today, man. It's a good bill, man. Like, we got A1, we got Darvis Baylock, man. Hey, there's some heat, man. Shout out to the chat in there, man. I know y'all messing with the bill. If y'all all drop a fire emoji, let the brothers know y'all enjoying the bill, man. Let the brothers on the panel know that y'all are enjoying the build in the chat. I also want to shout out to my brother, uh, Lidar Quintez for the $10 cash out donation. Shout out to bro, man. He been down since I had 100 subscribers, man. I really, literally remember Lidar Quintez been around at my 100 subscribers. So shout out to that brother.
Shit, and the first build I was saying y'all did when y'all was going back and forth with them mestizos, like
Oh
like like
yeah,
like a couple years ago.
hey, that's an epic build, man. Shout out to Dangerous L also for the $2 cash out donation. We appreciate that. Shout out to Dangerous L for the $2 cash out donation. Got to shout out the brothers that's supporting the channel. But no, man, I definitely remember that build. The Native Americans versus Aborigines debate. I set that debate up. Man. That was a
Yeah,
classic.
cause
I
I
think
was
to get in there and build, but A1 fucking smoked them guys.
yeah, that's cause that's how I came up on your page because I was subscribed to A1
And listen, to be honest,
about 3 years
I would
already.
die to get a conversation like that again because at least it was a scholarly conversation. It was
Hey,
rude, it was stupid, but at
they
least
ain't
they
gonna
come with
do it.
scholarship. Those people nowadays that come to these panels, Brother Melon the Gifted, these Kid
Yeah.
Grebos, these rock, they're not like those. At least those other guys did do research. They at least they came with some data. They was willing to actually debate, not just have a
Yeah,
conversation.
but they ain't
So
gonna do it again. They just gonna sit in the back and troll because motherfuckers already hit them on top of their head. Nigga don't want to get hit again. You know what I'm saying? So shit, that man, y'all
I
was fucking their
remember that
heads up.
bill. Y'all tell me where y'all was, what y'all was doing, whatever, during the time of that bill. Cause that was an epic bill, man. I
Nigga,
will
that shit
say,
was hella funny, man. I was just waiting on y'all to show the image of they people getting what you call it
snatched up.
yeah,
Are you
that's
talking about
it. It's over
the
at
Mendoza Codex? Yeah,
bruh,
that's it.
it's over after
Yeah,
that. That
yeah,
look that codex right there showed me that they've been trying to come over here for longer than
yeah.
forever. Cause like them different people that you obviously see on there, like they what they'd be called squatters today. Our ancestors just grabbing their ass up and I
But see,
guess
a
enslaving
smart
them.
man. Look, but check this
Imprisoning
out.
their ass. They
See, a
Yeah.
imprison them.
smart man.
Listen,
Hey,
they
look,
literally put dye around them. Like when you look at some of these images, after being stripped and then in prison, they're literally naked with a type of blue dye that's often used by the Inca and the Mayan and those people of that area. And that dye comes from Georgia. This was a very important dye. It signified an imprisoned foreigner on this land by having those stripes that you similarly see in modern prison culture today. When you get locked up, you see the
It's
stripes, the ball chain around your leg. That's all indigenous
yeah,
forms of what we did to these indentureds so they couldn't run away.
it's a hawk flying over my head right now. And I saw an eagle the other day.
They're just
Swear to
confirmation
God.
that you're getting that truth right now. That's all.
Yeah, that motherfucker.
yeah.
Um,
But
but
as
nah,
far as look, real quick, my dude, look. As far as like you know what I'm saying, the science and a lot of stuff our ancestors been doing for years. You know, it's so much evidence of it, and like you said, even with the Mendoza Codex, right? Now, see, an idiot going to look at it and try to gather the information that he only knows. We know
Let's try to
otherwise.
critically break this down, A1. Let's try to look at it from a skeptical point of view, okay? Let's try our best to do this. Like literally. Could this be black paint?
Which they try to say that too. They try to say that was black paint, right? These
what
niggas
about
be
his
yo,
lips?
these
Goddamn.
bro, these niggas be coming up with conversations. The
That's
white
clown lips. That's like a clown. They said they painted his
Yeah.
lips red to look like a clown. He was a jester.
All right, so then we had to see evidence of a clown depiction during that time frame, so you can try to use it as a like at that time, but you can't do that. So like, and if you can you pull up the other one where they got like multiple like Mongos, I think, rowing the boat for them or whatever. You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, that image.
You remember?
Hey, look.
Yeah, the
Look
one when
at
they rowing the boat.
Look at the costume he got on. The costume he got on is pretty similar to what the New Orleans.
See, y'all think y'all come from this type of Native Americans and shit.
It's similar to the
We
plume
didn't kill
serpent,
this
ain't it?
whole talking point. But I noticed my boy over here with this red hat on to your left, though, looking mighty suspicious over there. What you doing over there, good fella?
He got all the clothes on too.
Oh, he's a foreigner. Like, he's from North Africa. Like, come on, give it up. Like, just say you don't understand. That
What
I
you
was
say,
not the
Marcus?
first to say that shit.
Can you go back to that first picture you had again?
Which one?
The Mendoza's Codex.
Okay.
Had, what's that around his ankle?
It looked like some motherfucking some knee guards and some shit. Some type of little ornamentation for his outfit or something. You know what I'm saying? Some old school swag or something.
Would you say that's a cross? He got ankles and his wrist.
He got an ankle bracelet on, some rubber shoes, some slip-ons, some Crocs or some ancient Crocs and shit. He got a cape on like James Brown.
And why we go ahead.
Now he got all types of ancient garbs on that we can't understand. But understand this though. You got the other Mendoza, not them. Them in the Boma Park murals, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Mendoza codexes is the ones with the suits on. The other ones with the locks in their hair, holding the so-called mestizos up. There you go, right there.
These look like KKK uniforms.
Yeah, I mean,
get it from?
Kuku Khan, the KKK. Kuku
Khan, KKK.
Yeah, that's where they get it from.
Mm-hmm.
See, I like a lot of them boys, man, like in the clan, man. I like a lot of them boys, either like ex-slaves or foreigners that were trying to fight for equal rights, the ability to help make law and whatnot. Because at one time they couldn't make law.
Man, those foreigners that they grabbed.
They was uncivilized.
Just know the shoes that these niggas had on would have been the first of their kind, though.
But
look
peep
at they
game,
got the sneakers on. Them was ancient.
Peep how ancestors got. They got shoes on, but the squatters ain't got nothing on. You feel me? They ain't even got no damn shoes on.
Hold on, we can prove that these squatters come from Asia. Let's keep looking at the images of these motherfuckers.
Hold on, real quick. But we know they came from Asia, right? Listen, right?
How
but
close?
We gave them an opportunity to fight for their lives, nigga. That's what. We give you two opportunities. We can use you on one of these ceremony practices and chop your head off and let it roll down a fucking pyramid and shit, or we gonna give you an opportunity to fight. Get nigga a sword in the shield, nigga. This is like dealing with like how you see niggas in the gladiator type shit, nigga. You see what I'm saying? This nigga trying to fight, they got snatched up like the little nigga he is. and that was the end of that.
Yeah, and I want to say one thing too, because I was checking out the bill last night, AP, and you was showing the old Meg heads, and it's like that's basically like the history of cornrows, bro. You know how niggas get cornrows? Like our females is like genetically create like they created to just naturally do certain shit like that. You know, like don't nobody got to teach them too much.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's just something that you already know, and I want to know, why do we call them cornrows? Can one of y'all answer that for me?
Because they look like corn. They got the tires in the corn.
All of that shit indigenous to right here.
Well, if you ain't know about anything about cornfields, most cornfields have a row going down in it, so you can check your corn, and it mimics it. It looks just like those. So, yeah, that's what they're talking about right there. Man.
And
look,
we
Now, listen,
named the
when you
corn
look at
rows.
some of those little things, you ever seen sumo wrestlers?
Yeah.
What they be wearing on their bottom, just like what this little Native American got on, a little
Right, and
sheet
then
with the
it's
little
so
thing.
many. It's so many of these Asian squatters, and y'all know they lie about the map. And y'all remember like in like the old school cartoons when a nigga get to digging so deep that they run into China and Asia and shit. And so me personally, I feel like Asia is closer than to America than motherfuckers think. Cause I know motherfuckers ain't coming across the Atlantic to get over here. And it got to be some type of like back doorway or some type of land strip or waterway to a point where or underground to where a motherfucker can get here from over there. Cause it's way too many. It's way too many Asians over here right now. There's way too
Listen,
many of them right
when these
now.
Asians came here, and when they got it, and when we started enslaving them in colonial Mexico, right? Because you got to understand, until Tenochtitlan and Teotihuacan, right? It would have been a mist of these motherfuckers just in prison, in our prisons here. Because they don't like to listen to our rules. They was doing shit that they ain't supposed to do. You know, we had rules here. You can't scare the old folk around here. You get in jail to be in public intoxication out in Aborigine land, ancient times. I don't know if y'all remember that. We done broke this down in the encyclopedia. It had a public ordinances. You couldn't be drunk in public.
Yeah, call it drunkards. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they probably was eating our sacred animals. You know, they probably you come outside, see a
Man,
motherfucker trying
listen,
to kill you and eat it. You know, because they
maybe
still
even
eat that
worse,
shit to this
brother.
day. No,
Maybe
I
even
already
worse.
know. That's what I'm saying. I feel like they just flipped the
Sexual
script on us
acts.
already.
They was
Yeah,
probably
they
doing
just
sexual acts to our damn
they was
domesticated
uncivil.
animals.
That's the original savage right there. But it's like reverse psychology. They trying to throw that history on us and trying to leave our shit unclaimed.
They wasn't reproducing with
They
their
claim
own women. That's the
Right.
reason. That's that when they say the savage acts and syphilis and all this other shit, it comes from a certain practice of disgusting people. But like I said, if you know the signs from 0 to 9, you know you ain't supposed to be indulging in none of them type of activities, man.
Shit,
You know,
that's what syphilis came from. Humans having sex with
with
so-called humans
dogs.
having sex with dogs and animals and shit.
Exactly. They
They
wasn't
couldn't even
procreating.
understand.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
they
they
wasn't
couldn't even
procreating with
understand
their
that.
women. That's why you
Right.
see the harems. The harems wasn't just, oh, these niggas pimping these. Nah. They reproduce. They trying to bring them back into they trying to bring them back into civilization, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know, they realize that, you know, that they can mate with some of these people. And they even had the science to where they knew certain blood types. You see what I'm saying? Certain blood types can mate with anybody.
Because I don't feel like our
Man,
ancestors was laying down with these people.
When these people came here and start creating their civilizations, they would depict and do and you know how we would make statues of our women. You know, Olmecs, Maya, and Inca, they made figurines of their women or football players and things like that. These other people did homosexual acts, man.
Yeah.
Bro, ain't none of these niggas never had no civilization here. None of them. The Mongols never had no civilization here. All these ridiculous stories people be saying, oh, the Dutch came here, the British came here. No,
These are mongoloids.
all of them people was part of the empire here. They was part of the empire. That's why they was able to do what they did. But
And
now
they
you
gotta
look. But real quick, hold up. Now you look at all the empires like British, Dutch, or France. You look at all of them as being white people, and it goes into the story of white people came here and took your shit and enslaved you, or they was bringing all these numerous slaves. No, in our actuality, all these places, these was Negroes. The Europeans got here via of being their so-called Slavs. So it's like, you know, you have to understand that Europeans ain't come. Europeans was they used the secret societies under the mulattoes. This is the reason why you get the talented 10 in the early 1900s. The talented 10, nigga. You know what I'm saying? All the mulatto class of Negroes who sold out, and most of them went into using these African, what they call historical black colleges or whatever, as like large training facilities to get people to fall up under the United States for America, meaning that they're creating a civilization now to basically work to manufacture stuff so they can trade around the world. This is what's going on. They're taking the shit that we had here and sending it around the world and manufacturing places other around the world using the science of the American gods.
Let me ask y'all a question, right? I just say all of us got our own farm, right? For however we say we inherited a lot of land, got a fucking farm. We talk about back in the day before Christianity. And we start bringing these indentured servants, or these people to work, or these laborers, whatever you want to call them. How do you think we got them? These so-called pale people. You think we sent for them? Like,
No,
how do you think we got them on our farm? They wasn't really running around the road nowhere.
Nah, a lot of these people, they was on plantations, brother. They was.
Yeah, I know, but how did they get to the plantation?
They got to the plantation.
If you own a plantation, how would you get your slave if you didn't order or buy them from somewhere?
Yeah, look, I got a couple of different, theories to this according to the information I got. Now, these ain't theories I just created, but understand this, right? Check this out, right? Now, most of us didn't deal with slavery. We wasn't fucking with the Slavs like that. The Slavs came over here with the brothers that came back from the empire that was established over there in Iberia through the Mediterranean and North Africa. They bought a lot of these Slavics. But there's another theory that these Slavic people were also created here in the Yucatan. And they give you some clues. And if you look at America in its earliest existence, or as early as beginning to tell you all the shit. America had cities and towns and all that shit, but then they show you Europeans being servants, bro. Then they show you other incidents where Europeans is just what is like? Okay, these are the Aborigines. What is these Europeans doing around butt naked? Then you hear the story about the Yucatan, the Yacubatan, and the so-called labs in Guatemala where a lot of these experiments took place, and then you get into the 12 Aboriginal scientists or Aboriginal women who was incubators for this program. So it's like, it's a lot of shit.
Cool. Let me ask you a question, right? So we talk about Yucatan, right? Say we got most of them from the Yucatan. Do you think the people that was creating them, they were creating them to sell as servants?
I mean, if you cross-reference that with the Book of Inky. Now look, but check it out. You cross-reference that with the Book of Inky, right? Zachariah Stitcher. Now, niggas be like, oh man, that nigga was pseudo as hell. No, he wasn't. He was just telling you the story he told you the story in a different version that was basically Masonic, to where you wouldn't figure this shit out, right? So they tell you the Book of Inky that the Anunnaki came here to create a slave race. Slave equals Slav, nigga.
Right. So listen, you gotta understand this shit took place probably like 100,000 years ago. So y'all don't understand.
Not even that. That shit
not that old, man.
Not even that.
I mean like about 400, 300 years ago.
It might be 1,000. It might be 1,000. Maybe.
Maybe they probably maybe they was probably still doing it up to 300 years ago, 500 years ago.
I'm gonna hold back on this conversation. I want to play devil's advocate, but I got an interview coming up that's gonna get into this particular conversation.
Because I was gonna say, like, shit, if y'all know that we've been here for a long time and we develop all these different kinds of sciences, then pretty soon we tapping into gene splicing and cloning and creating and like eventually I know our people probably got time doing certain shit ourselves.
I'm not older than that because we know that we was gene splicing. We know we genetically altered and spliced a plant species called maize into what we call corn now. We know that. And corn is everywhere.
and then we start using animals in that process, and also
Exactly.
with our own,
Right.
also with our,
This is how you get a griffin. This is how you get
right,
gargoyles. This is how you get a pagan. This is how you get a fucking half man, half horse.
have goat,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
So
but
what you
yeah,
say that
shit.
these people in Yucatan was creating these people just to sell?
I don't feel like it was just a thing in the Yucatan,
I
though. I
believe,
feel
I
like that's what
believe,
they
I
willing
believe
to
it
tell
came a
us.
thing to sell about 1,000 years ago when it was like, okay, a lot of people at this particular time after doing it, people then came to America and seen it. Now they're inquiring these particular working devices that y'all have utilized. They listen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're able to listen to you. They take commands. They can do what you can do, but you don't have to do it. And so these things became a requirement. I think this is how you get these
Exactly.
particular Slavic
It's
slave trade, and this is how you get them going to Europe and ended up in Europe because we went to Europe. We built Gobekli Tepe, and then
Cool.
we needed workers there, and I believe this spread it out throughout the whole Eastern Hemisphere.
All
mm-hmm.
right, cool. So right, I
I
want to
believe we
follow
kept
right.
it contained. I believe we kept it contained here in America and didn't let it run rampant as much as you've seen. But I believe we took them to the Eastern Hemisphere.
Yeah, somebody
Listen,
sold
if
that
we took
science.
vegetables, we took language, civilization, science. What makes you think we didn't take our creations of that?
Right, but
And was
that's
selling
just
them all
that's
over the world.
right, but that's what I'm saying. But selling the blueprint of your intellectual property, that's what happened. That's
Oh,
what I'm
I
saying.
think
Like somebody basically taught somebody the blueprint to create or create a fucking human being. Because it's
Well,
way more than
I
just
believe the blueprint was passed down from people in that field, just like doctoral medical breaks is always kept down in that field. Most people don't have the information of medical breakthroughs because you're not in that medical field. So I believe that information was for a set class of people to do this.
exactly.
Not everybody was doing this.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Not everybody was doing it because at that time it wasn't even that many people. I wouldn't say it wasn't that many people on the planet, but it was all these different groups of races and different people. So like,
so. We would agree
uh,
that though. We would agree that people was making these particular people and selling them as slaves, making them just to sell as slaves or servants,
yeah, hell
sex
yeah.
partners
But
or workers.
yeah,
Cool.
you don't remember people saying that white people were slaves first, but they couldn't do the motherfucking
Yeah,
work.
yeah. I got you. Okay, I got you. I was working on theory of mine.
I'm
For sure.
just saying, and I think the process that we did it is not like how you see it today. I believe that we did it in the form of agriculture because we was agricultural
Mhm.
Yep.
scientists and masters, and I believe they did it literally did it through the way that they falsely emulated in stories and old tales and maybe even in old movies in the early 19 and late 1800s, referring to children of the corn. Now, this total corn was the first genetically modified plant, genetically modified, spliced. Corn was, and it's a movie called Children of the Corn. They wouldn't get into some of the other breakthroughs, like from sprouts being genetically evolving rapidly into what we call cabbage today, right? Y'all familiar with that? So we
Yep.
can get
Yeah.
into these particular processes. I'm saying there's even stories of people coming from cabbage. There's Cabbage Patch Kids. You ever heard of those? So I'm saying that this is giving reference to a scientific technology of literally growing and GMOingly making these particular uh, pale
Being.
species. And I believe the way we delivered them in ancient times uh, was maybe through birds, just like the story that they give you through the storks and the birds and the bees. Delivering these kids to faraway lands. I believe this is mythology that has foundation of a lot of truth and historical science in it.
So would it be far fetched to say the Algonquians went over to that place around the Mediterranean area, above that where these Slavic regions are at, and created a population over there also?
Now
Do the
listen,
same thing we had
now
in
listen.
Yucatan?
I do, and let's get into this. The Algonquin is a nation, it's an empire, right?
Yeah.
And one of the dominant empires that link. Now I'm about to get into a book. Hold on, I got to get into this. Hold on. Now one of these dominant empires that linked in was one of the Algonquin nations would have been the Atlans. Are y'all familiar with the Atlans? They're a part of the Algonquin Empire, and they linked up with the Olmecs form a confederacy. Are y'all familiar with that?
I understand the Olmec, but I never really heard of the
Hold on, I'm
Algonquin.
about to pull it up on the screen. Hold on. And this is from Ancient Civilizations in America. I don't want to get into this particular text. Can y'all see the screen?
Mm-hmm.
I said the Olmecs or the Holmecs, they using the H and the O as interchangeable, right? You know, the O is a vowel, so they're using it. They interchange it with an H. Were the first Itzicans to venture off and to come to Kentucky, where they did not make a permanent settlement. They came in contact with the Talagans and was not able to subdue them. They left the country and invaded Tennessee. The Wiggins in the west coast of the Carolinas, as well as the Yamasee of Georgia, may be the remains of the Olmec. Okay?
Yeah.
Let's get into it. Now, listen. In this particular article, it talks about these people having war and then creating an alliance with certain nations. And it says that the Itzkins nations who had came down from Arizona, right, meeting in the Mississippi with the powerful Atlans. This particular place of it, these Atlans are the Algonquin. These are the Atlans. So when these people go over there to the Mediterranean, they're often called Atlanteans. When you get into the Algonquin in the conquest of the Mediterranean, they call these people Algonquin they call these people Atlanteans in that particular book.
Okay, but they basically were these confederations of the Olmecs or Holmecs, the Yemasees, and these other tribes that were going around conquering places. Because when they went over there to Europe, the Europeans or people over there in those areas, Slavic areas, they call them Atlanteans too.
Right.
Man, to me, it's all the same people, just in a different
think
part.
that, yeah. So when I say that these people may have went over there and cleared off an area and start creating these same people over here, same way they were doing it down in Yucatan.
Well, there's literature that says that the Algonquin conquest of the Mediterranean region about almost 12,000 years ago.
Yeah. So is there any literature show that they were making them people down there though? Over there?
Well, we can get into some of the literature. Let's get into it. This is a good book. Sorry about the delay. All right. It said, my, how busy our ancestors were so long ago, civilizing the world. It may have been 11,500 years ago or much older, farther back than the time. The story of Atlantis does suggest in a way of the first Atlanteans possibly showed up in the Mediterranean. So they're referring to the Algonquin as the Atlanteans.
Yeah, and they called them Atlanteans.
Yeah, so and that means the Atlant, the people of Atlant, that's in the Mississippi. And these people occupied that Gulf of Mexico area, because the Mississippi Delta dumps right off into the Gulf of Mexico. It dumps right off.
Right there. And you can get in that same Gulf and travel the whole world.
The whole world.
Cool. So what about the Asians? These so-called mestizos or Tino, whatever you want to call them. Could it be possible that these people went over there and started doing the same thing?
Say it again.
Could it be possible? I'm just theorizing some shit now. That they went over there, that place they call Asia, and start doing the same thing there, creating a people and using them as servants, help build these different temples or whatnot.
Hey, the Mongoloids that they showing, right? They might be the grafted
people.
No, they might be the grafted Asians that probably were sent over there. That could be that too. That's another run on it.
Exactly. So I'm saying that we've been around the world and creating these people.
Yeah, but even here, though, the ones you see on the Mendoza codexes, right? They might have been created here. You know what I'm saying? They might have, so
there's a bad science experiment went wrong. So you got to kill this one and come in with the next one.
No, but they remember he grafted it down from
making these people.
Yeah, he grafted them.
For sure.
But Like I
The
said,
Asian, Caucasian.
yeah.
Slavic,
But then they
the
say that the
Asian.
Asian people pull up AAAP. Pull up if you get a chance. Look at a snub-nosed monkey. They
Yeah,
say the
yeah,
Asians was
yeah,
drafted from a
yeah.
snub-nosed monkey,
A,
bro.
a unit snub nose monkey. That's what it's called. A motherfucking unit snub nose monkey, bro. But
So you,
Yakub break down to sub planter. So you think about sub humans and sub
mhm.
groups, and they get sub planted in the place of what the original people was. It don't matter where it was Asia, America, motherfucking Africa, Australia. Every place where you would go see melanated indigenous people, you're gonna see some other pale face people right there claiming to be
The original people.
the original people, but really they subgroups, they subhumans.
Nah,
They didn't
but see the thing of
yeah.
it is they listen. They don't never want people to start asking, well, where's Europeans from? Because then you're gonna come up with, okay, they wasn't originally the original London people in London, Britain, Italy, Rome, France, all of that shit. They wasn't originally from there. So where's the indigenous to? Like I mean, respectfully, where's the indigenous to, my
A
brother?
lab, shit, a lab, goddamn me, cause the like I said, the blueprint of gene splicing and like crossbreeding, it been given to these people. You can see with all of these different dog breeds, motherfucking liger. What is which one? A donkey or a mule is a cross between a horse and one of the other. So like that shit been given to these people, and that's like all that was understanding right there is all they needed. That's like discovering the origin of your creation
Well,
story,
what
and them
we're talking
motherfuckers.
about gene splicing and shit like that, and it has been done. The first successful admixture between a human and monkey species has been successful. That was announced in 2019. I did a video on, and it was from an Asian guy. It was Asian DNA that was mixed with a monkey DNA to create the first successful hybrid monkey human. I will show you images in a second if I be able to pull it up.
Any of y'all boys ever really dealt with this book called the Book of Enoch?
Yeah, I've read across the book of Enoch. You know, I used to be in
Yeah.
the Apocrypha and all these particular
And they
books,
spoke about the same
Jubilee.
thing. And according to that book, they spoke about the same things that people were doing this, creating these people. And these people later on got out of control. They lost control of the people. And they came and started taking over the people.
But imagine
That
if
was the reason
that
why they flooded
science,
the earth.
right? But imagine if the common person get a hold of that science and that shit is in every household. That's like you won't be able to control the rate of gene splicing and cloning at a certain point in time. You get what I'm saying?
But it's in everybody DNA though.
That's what I'm saying. Like say
things we were doing one time.
that's like if the common person, if knowing how to conduct electricity or like get like how to wire a crib up was common knowledge, like in every household, then that'd be a problem for this government. You get what I'm saying? So like, I feel like at a certain point in time, that shit got out of control. Like power in the wrong hands become corrupt, and knowledge is power. So when you get it to somebody, then shit, you can't really. Shit, it is what it is after that. Shit, once it's out of your hand, shit is out of your hand.
Yeah, but see, we kept that kind of knowledge amongst the adepts or these particular initiates in these secret organizations, whatever you want to call it. So it was known, but everybody didn't know it. Everybody wasn't allowed to practice it. I mean, you get what I mean?
Yeah, I heard in order to be a priest, it had to be 40 years of like initiation or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But our ancestors, I don't feel like our ancestors was that. Like we probably was aggressive, but I don't feel like we was killers and murderers like that. Cause like, I know our food kind of like correlate to your mentality. And I know we was eating from the land, so we were peaceful people. We always been a peaceful people, more peaceful then than we is now.
All our food was a halal food, man. That's why we domesticated animals.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times people think that we had the animals for eating them, but forgetting that the manure for these animals is one of the main things of agriculture. Like motherfuckers need the shit from these animals to help aggregate the land or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, but the land fertilizes itself. A lot of animals job with a cleaner land, but land will fertilize itself.
But it's like a whole process though. You know, like the animal graze from the land, and the same. It's like the decomposition of the animal waste. It actually help. Like, yeah, but that shit'll help because what's gonna help grow the shit is what help the grass that they help ate and everything else grow back.
Yeah. And you had to use
You know
fertilizer because when you don't plant in the same area, like I'm from the south, right? So understand we plant in a certain area for too many years. You got to do something to build up the soil. So they use things like cow shit or horse shit or whatever fertilizer. They turn into fertilizer because the area you planting is you being planting in too much. So now, supposed to use biblical sources compared to the things we talk about now. It's the same thing. It talked about how we went around creating a people, using them as slaves or servants or whatnot. It got out of hand. And God ended up wiping the earth up with the so-called deluge or flood. And this wasn't the first time. Now you really pay attention to Genesis, the beginning of Genesis, it started off after a flood.
That's true.
You look at the Jasher, the book of Jasher, they talk about how these angels came down, started dealing with women, teaching women and men how to profane their blood with animals and plants, and create children of, they call children of renown or renown. These shit that wasn't quite human. We got cursed for that. But these things were going on since the beginning of time. We've been doing it.
You're absolutely right.
So you compare it to like the book, like say the Algonquin conquest of the Mediterranean, or these things they had going on down in Yucatan, or these things we had going on in the Slovakian areas over there, what they call Europe now. It coincides with the same stories of the Bible.
Yep.
And it's like it's been a history that there the whole time. But because of our issue with these movements, we really ain't paying attention to it.
Right, and they snuggly did it, man. Let me shout out to the chat one more time, man. We got 168 people in here, man. Let's get a few more likes in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building that's tuning in. I do want to shout out some of the brothers that's supporting the channel. Shout out to my brother Sharif L for the $5 cash out donation. We really appreciate that. Shout out to my brother Sharif L in the chat, and shout out to Son of California for the $5 cash out donation, supporting the $5 challenge. Man, we really appreciate you, brother, supporting the channel, man. We really appreciate that, man. Thank you. Make sure y'all support the channel, man. Make sure y'all get out there and support the $5 challenge. That's for all platforms, man. Shout out to everybody. Let's get it.
Yeah, and I wanted to say, like, we a sun-centered people. So like these people couldn't stay, like they void a cosmic melanin and shit, a neuromelanin. So like they couldn't stay where we stayed at anyway. It only makes sense for our ancestors place these motherfuckers in a geographical location that's conducive to their being. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, do y'all brothers got the book Algonquin Conquest to the Mediterranean? Do you brothers on the panel got that book?
Yeah, I got it.
Nope, I'm finna get it now though.
I'm about to give it to you in the back, bro.
Right on. But yeah, like, you know, it's like a environmental relationship that a group of people have. They go that hawk again. But it's a environmental relationship that you would have. What Dr. Sebi call it, like what he call it, like gene food consistency or whatever. Just basically, I already know. He basically explained it like this. What he say? Gorillas don't take their young to be taught by polar bears. So basically, even if we created them people in the Yucatan and anywhere where we at, we gonna have to relocate them or put them somewhere else anyway. And then a group of people of our people is gonna have to go over there with them to monitor and watch over those people.
Okay, let me ask you another question, King. Explain these incubator ladies that they use.
So what
Because
now?
according to his theory, you trying to say that these people couldn't survive in certain areas. I don't really subscribe to that part though, because they were all over. They were doing
nah.
all over though.
No, I'm saying when I say they can't survive, it's just like right now, Caucasians or so-called white people at a negative birth rate because of skin cancer from the sun. So
Yeah.
I'm saying that they can't exist. That's like saying that they in a white person is indigenous to a sun-centered culture. I'm saying our people control the South and the southeastern part of the United States because of the weather, and the weather produces a great environment for agriculture, and that we've been there historically. So I'm saying that yeah, these people can probably live there now that they understand goddamn me basic like infrastructure, motherfucking build a log cabin or a
Right.
house to get up under the shade of the sun.
You
But
got South.
beforehand,
You got sites in the South. You know what I mean, going back 34,000 years, and they found agricultural there. You got places like Watson Break, Louisiana.
yeah,
See what I'm
yeah.
saying?
But yeah, I
You're not
already know
familiar
that these
with
people they gotta fight with nature to be able to survive. And or we was working alongside nature. So I'm saying like these people
Yeah,
can't
but
exist.
I don't think the issue been really with nature. But then there was something called you ever heard of Planet X?
Yeah.
I know you heard about it. You know
Yeah.
how people say that once was inside our solar system, but then it left,
Mm-hmm.
and now it's on the way
Yeah.
back. Cool. I think when that's whether you call it a sun, a star, whatever you want to call it, when it was in this particular area, I think the UV rays that it put off hurt a lot of people without melanin. So during that particular time, they couldn't handle it because of the amount of UV rays. That's why a lot of them in the caves.
Yeah, and I believe that's symbolatry too, man. I believe we gotta get into some of that breakdowns because I believe our ancestors was infatuated with water. They understood water. They understood the electric currents that flow through water. They knew that it was a perfect way for the atmosphere, for the universe to store information that a natural being will be able to tap into. And I believe that they understood that getting to outer space was really going through the innermost dense space of this atmosphere, which is through water. You feel what I'm saying? A lot of our ancestors revered water. As a matter of fact, in Tikal and El Mirador, they found the sarcophagus of a king. His name was Palenque. And on Palenque's sarcophagus, it has him on what I would believe to be a submergible device.
I wouldn't put it past it. I feel though the only way to get out of space is in the ground or in the bottom of the ocean, because this thing that is over the firmament that covers this area won't allow you to get out there. Most of these stars and stuff like that we see is still inside of the thing they call the firmament.
Mm-hmm.
That's my description.
Yeah, shit. I watched a whole bunch of military testimonials when they was talking about how they was on bases and shit, and they saw UFOs coming out the water. They ain't say they seen the shit coming out the sky. They was talking about the shit coming up out the water, how the water open up, like yeah, the shit'll open up and it'll come from the depths of the ocean. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know how they.
I believe at one point in time it was easier to penetrate these particular waters that take you to the other space. And I believe it's been harder because what we got is the primordial waters. This is the waters that we're talking about, the primordial waters. And the primordial waters is what gave birth to these continents. And out of these continents, the first out of the waters that we all know that we hear A1 constantly reference is the Americas. You see what I'm saying? And before and after the primordial waters, you had glacier waters cover up the primordial waters. So this is when you get into these now scientific stories and correlations to, oh, there's water up under the water. There's a sea up under the sea. No, those are the primordial waters that you got to be at a certain frequency to be able to penetrate. And it doesn't allow natural force to penetrate.
You could say this too, right?
You ever heard about these?
Look, Darwin, hold up real quick, right? You could say, look, there's other continents on this infinite plane that goes throughout the earth and come out in certain points. So whatever water that was at that point in time, that was an intersection for them to get to where they was going. You know what I'm saying? So like,
Exactly.
and there's other continents outside of this. Now I can't prove it. You know what I'm saying? But the people who have made reference to this all ended up mysteriously tripping over a banana or slipping on a banana pill and busting their fucking head. So you draw it up, right? But you know,
Car break down on the train track type shit.
yeah. Motherfucker throw himself out the 20th floor of a building. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit.
and shot himself in the back of the head twice. You heard me?
Oh yeah. Oh, don't forget him. That's Gary Knowles. Look,
Nah,
that's
it's a lot of
Gary Knowles.
motherfuckers. Man, look, it's a lot of motherfuckers that spoke on Hillary Clinton, and a lot of them motherfuckers ended up with 2 shots to the back of the head. Talking about it's
Oh,
suicide. How the
they
fuck
got
you
a
shoot
whole.
yourself twice in the back of
They
the
got
head?
hundreds. Allegedly hundreds, right? Motherfucker hung themselves. They got stuck in a drain pipe. The chef. So like, nah.
Epstein killed himself in
Y'all
jail.
do describe these portals then. Whatever we call them, basic portals. Y'all do describe to that?
What you mean portals? Where?
Like say, you know how like you said earlier, you got these little portals at the bottom of the ocean that you can leave from this planet here.
Like a
and go
Stargate?
out
Yeah. Like a Stargate.
And you not
Well, I
only
don't
that,
really believe it's Stargate, right? We got to look at this plane of existence like a fabric, and its layers, with different fabric and it's different materials. So you might have a cotton laid on polyester, and a polyester laid on a silk, and a silk laid on top of wool. There's different textures. There's different things taking place in each particular layer, and these layers are representation metaphorically to dimensions. And I believe that it's not portals. It's just certain ways you can get through a layer. You see what I'm saying? That has been opening. You see what I'm saying? Maybe.
but basically would still be considered as a portal of some kind, right?
I guess so. Yeah, some
like
type
a void.
Cool.
Like
Right
a
now,
void. It's like
more
a
question.
void.
These caves, this cave system that apparently runs all through this country. You guys subscribe to that?
Hell yeah.
So you don't think there's a way that we could have traveled through these caves and get from say the Americas to the Asia or the Europe?
That shit run throughout the world. That shit run throughout the world. That's
what I was gonna say, A1. Nah, it is. I just seen a clip the other day of a white man talking about civilizations being in the inner earth that motherfuckers don't talk about, because it'll basically remove the whole blueprint of how they say this shit came to be. But like, nah, man, that's exactly. I mean, if you like A1 said, if you ain't no dummy and you can kind of think for yourself, that type of shit not really far-fetched to know that it's shit in the inner earth. Our ancestors was dealing with shit in the inner earth. Some of these mounds go down deep in a motherfucker. Goddamn me, it to like probably like an entrance way to what it's a reason why they built that shit close to the rivers, bro. You feel me?
Coal mines, digging the coal mines, running the other caves already down there.
Yeah, but it ain't like shit. If you go through the inner earth to get to shit, at least you ain't got to cross no waters to get from point A to point B. Exactly. In my opinion, you feel me? That's like a motherfucking underground railroad or what they want to call it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, something like that. You can go through this whole planet.
But it's underground systems all through this shit.
They said one of them tunnels go under the ocean. Go under the ocean.
And there's air pockets under there to the point where you can breathe in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? It's caves under the ocean, like you just said. Like it's air pockets under there, and I answer like honestly, in my opinion, y'all know how like most animals is connected still to like the creator or the source, like, and they just do certain things through instinct, and we do certain things through intuition. And at a certain point in time, our intuition, like it's just certain things that we just knew. You know what I'm saying? The science probably wasn't perfect, but it's certain things that I feel like that we just knew. And the further they took us away from the land and nature, the further we got disconnected from that source. Cause like the shit that we can do is just phenomenal. You know what I'm saying? Without another motherfucker having to come teach you. And the further you get to this time, like closer you get to this timeline, more and more of those sciences get lost. So motherfuckers was more intelligent in that time area. Like I ain't saying niggas dumb now, we just ain't exposed to certain information that'll get us there. But yeah,
Think of this, right? Look, think of this,
yeah.
right? The first person who looked at a tree and said, I can make wood out of this for numerous different things or occasions, right? He'd be a genius.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
When you go back like the Anastasies. What do you people we consider would be wasn't quite human? From either you can say they either from another planet, whether it be an angel or fallen angel, whatever. But we have people like that around here teaching men. Would y'all agree to that?
At a certain point of time, yeah, I can say somebody was. Honestly, I say that our people was the ones who really was teaching everybody shit, and these motherfuckers that ganged up on us. Yeah, but the people to see, but the person, somebody, it's not like a people. In my opinion, I feel like it's like a universal.
I don't
it's
feel
a
like
genetic.
nobody,
It's a genetic thing.
I don't feel like nobody taught us. I feel like we learned it. We learned it through observation, trial and error. And I believe that's something that would have accumulated and took hundreds of thousands of years just for the development process.
Yeah.
But also learning how to work with elements, brother. Because the forge and to work with elements. Like how many different things can you use a tree for? So the first person who was that advanced to come up with a tool.
And then you got to get into, well, what properties can we produce from this tree and mix it with other properties and see what reaction that get. You see what I'm saying? And so it's various complications.
Because this shit is instilled into our DNA. This shit is instilled in our DNA. You know what I'm saying? So the first one, where they say those who first shall be last and those who came last shall be first. So cool. I feel like we like he said, we learned through observation, and I feel like that shit was genetically coded within our people. That's why they be taking our DNA, doing what they trying to do with it, and figure shit out now.
That's how every generation.
I can't say that didn't happen, but I don't quite. I'm gonna describe that we were taught this by ancient beings. Whether these beings,
what ancient beings other than humans?
I say like the Cuckoo Khan. Would you say the Cuckoo Khan was a human?
Yeah, Cuckoo Khan is a human. You talking about Quetzalcoatl?
Yeah. But
Cuckoo Khan is the representation of Cuckoo. Cuckoo Khan is Quetzalcoatl in man form.
Exactly. But I'm talking about when he left man form, he was deified then. That particular deity was something else. It wasn't
a dragon. A dragon or something.
Exactly.
But it's also listen real quick, right? Understand this too, right? The food of this landmass, right? It has the 4 elements in it, right? The 4 elements also got memory. It has memory. You get your DNA from minerals and from carbohydrates and from amino acids, right? Which they are composed from the soil of the earth. So the soil of the earth has memory. So a lot of times, a lot of things that you may think of, it comes from your DNA. It comes from you being where you from. It comes from the land gives you ideas.
Being connected to it.
To be able to break. Remember, we dealing with nuclear. We dealing with physics at this point in time. Because we talking about physics. If you can sit there and look at it, I need to build a house. What I'm gonna do? Oh, I see that tree. Start doing different experiments with trees to see that you can cut it in layers, right? And it can be manipulated to where you can form planks or plaques or even large strips or pillars or anything with the so-called objects of a tree, right? So for you to be able to break the code, to see that, to do the thing that no one else have ever done ever in existence, right? What you think that came from?
I think, like I say, man, I subscribe to the fact that something came down and taught us these ancient mysteries, such as what you talk about, how to deal with these particular trees,
There's
alchemy.
nothing, but where is they coming from? You can't leave this place, my dude. This place is a fucking prison, brother. You can't fly out the stratosphere and go nowhere, brother. That's and like I said, you know, they have a whole apparatus surrounding that education to program people that this science does exist, which in reality is really pseudo mind altering, mind control information. You can't leave this place. You can't leave it.
It seemed like that because I think it seemed like that because we ain't quite fully attached back to the God. Now, if you start talking about, like, say, the Sumerians,
the God is the earth. God is the earth. When they say Yahweh, they say Yahweh is what? Earth, fire, water, and air. So fire is the sun. That would be, if we transform that to the chemistry as
it could be a representation of the sun.
That would be nitrogen. That would be nitrogen. Water's hydrogen, right? Carbon is the soil, and oxygen is the air. So even when you look at what they got set up, and even in the Kabbalah, that's still Yahweh. That still would be what we call God. When you leave this planet, where do you think your spirit go at? Your spirit probably go back into the land. It might go back into the land for all we know, or it might, you know what I'm saying?
I heard it's the sun. Like when you look at the old cosmology, you see souls getting like going back into the womb of the universe, or like the sun. But we, like, that's what I meant. Our people had a connection with nature. Like, I feel like we communicate with nature at a certain point of time. Like we had to understand. When I say communicate, I don't mean a nigga walking up to it and literally having a conversation with a plant or a tree, but it's a connection that we had with nature.
Brother, listen,
and with
they
this
tell
earth
you
and shit.
George Washington Carver, the plants talk to them. I've heard. Listen, I have done Skypes. Look, I have done Skypes with shamans, brother, with shaman and other naturopaths and other holistic practitioners, right? Who says that the plant sends them signals, and then they observe the plant and they be like, oh. Like they just their DNA tell them what they can use the plant for.
Listen, man.
Your body, real quick, hey, hold up. Your body sends out hormones. The hormones come back and manifest as thoughts. The thoughts will be connection to the plants. The plants will tell you, yo, I can help you. It might not tell you like that, but it's telling you.
But it translates to an understanding.
Yes.
No,
but
give us signs.
That's what I meant though. Like how he just said, how we give off hormones. The everything else around us give off that shit too. The trees, the sun, the planets, the moon, and at a certain point in time, our people can digest it and manifest it to a physical reality.
Nah, let me say this right quick, because y'all touching on some shit real quick, and y'all niggas going in. I ain't even gonna lie, this is a beautiful bill. I know the brothers and sisters in the chat is really enjoying this. No arguing, no bickering, high quality information with harmonization and flow. This is great. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. If y'all are enjoying this live stream, hit that like button. And hey, man, drop a fire emoji in the chat, man, and let the brothers on the panel know that y'all really enjoy this live stream, man. That really, would be some shit if y'all showed appreciation, man. If y'all really enjoy it, hit the like button, support the channel. Cash App and PayPal information at the bottom of the screen. Send a donation and let your brother know that y'all enjoying this live stream. We're going to extend it. I was going to end it. I usually would end it. We're going to extend it. I actually enjoy this conversation.
Man, me too, man. I enjoy building with y'all, man. Y'all the OGs to me. For real. I enjoy it.
There's levels, though. There's levels to this shit, though. There's levels that everybody can. People ain't trying to get to these levels because they're being so objective to the information, to where now they're starting to say, oh, I ain't listening to this person because all he talk about is this, or I ain't listening to that person. So now it's kind of restrictive among even our people. But there's always people who lurking in the chat room who not commenting, that's listening to this as well. So peace to you guys, peace to the gods, peace to the goddesses, peace to Aborigines, North, South, Central, as well as the conjoined islands. Peace to brothers on the chat room, and peace to AP, Big Bat, aka Copper Grizzly. You already know what it is.
wanted to chime in on what y'all was talking about with the hormones. We know if you eat certain shit, it'll stop you from detecting other hormones and other organisms, right? So you got to eat the right shit. But also, what else I want to talk about with the hormones? God damn. Uh, oh yeah, it's a word, botanica. You look it up inside the American Indian Encyclopedia. It tells you that we used to connect with the plants, especially the marijuana plants, inside of ancient days. Look up the word botanica in American Indian Encyclopedia.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the
Contributions to the
science
world.
behind that, brother Lightman Z, the science behind that botanical understanding is called ecology. And it wasn't just done with plants, it was done with rocks, it was done with water. And that's the study of your environment around you and how you can benefit off of it and how you can help bring benefit to it. So that's a very deep science.
Man, that shit sounds pseudo than a motherfucker.
Damn.
Nah, I'm just fucking with. Hey, look, somebody who don't have the understanding of it will say it's pseudo. You know
See,
what
when a
I'm saying?
nigga call me pseudo, you gotta come see me.
No. I'm not. I know it's not pseudo. I'm just
No,
saying.
I know you do. I know you do.
To the ignorant mind or the mind that's not
Yeah, they'll say it's
equipped
pseudo.
with processing this information, right? Because you got to be able to processing it is the information that you can obtain or the information that you can contract in the memory or in when you're thinking, right? To help your mind understand what you're hearing. So some of the shit you're hearing, your mind might not be able to wrap around it because you don't challenge yourself with information like that. We challenge ourselves like that. That's why we're able to come up here and connect all this shit back to the memory.
Yeah, like we play with the social construct. Everybody be like, yo, be yourself, be yourself, be yourself. But everybody's in a social construct and being molded to what's upon them. And what we do is we construct the social construct. We play with it. We try to dismantle it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Put it together for the betterment of us.
You
But it
have
ain't for
to.
everybody though. This shit ain't for everybody.
But look, when you part of a group, you restrict yourself. I'm not part of no group.
Me neither.
I'm not part of no group.
Me neither.
Don't know no one person in here tell me what to do. I do what I want to do, like I've been doing, right? And I'm gonna keep that up into to otherwise, you know what I'm saying? If I happen to change it, you will get the memo. But other than that, it's the same till I change. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody comes in here and get a God any I mean I consider shit. I listen to people's shit. You know what I'm saying? I do allow my mind to, you know what I'm saying, to accept the information, right? But when they start coming to, well, you should do nigga,
Tell a nigga what he should do.
You should be
Talking
doing
about
what you're saying to what you're trying to get me to, because now you're trying to dominate me by telling me what the fuck I should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to dominate me because now you're trying to get me under your will. This is what you think is best for you. If I don't say what's best for you, keep it moving, kick rocks.
Right. And the brother touched on something important too when he said, as far as us connecting to the environment, as far like there's certain shit that's blocking off the hormones that we supposed to be receiving from the environment and the atmosphere. And shit, that just big to me because we talked about that one day, A1, when I was talking about how the food that you eating can strengthen your aura and your immune system and shit like that. And how your
What's the
immune system
chemical
is
in the food? What's the
shit, the chemicals, like the thing is, man, they make them words so motherfucking long and they'll put
Nah, it ain't even long.
you can
It's simple
not
though. It's simple,
not
Carl.
not
It's
it
simple.
I can believe that. You know what I'm saying? I can believe that. I'm just saying like they confuse the common person with that shit. Like a nigga look on the back of something he bought in the store, a
Yeah,
burger
they
to
give
have
you
more than just
they give you the Greek name to that motherfucker.
yeah, they give you some long ass shit, but it's simple. It's really simple and like damn, they gave this motherfucker this long ass name, but we just don't understand it.
Yo,
We
just
just don't
understand
understand
it.
it.
The problem, we create our own
Right?
limits.
Hold up, but look.
We create our
Understand
own
this, right?
limits.
But understand this when you're dealing with nutrients, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everything carbon. We just said what carbon is. So carbon mixed with hydrogen your body is able to manifest plants, right? Because the so-called roots in the plants that's under the ground, right? They're able to grow because they're able to absorb the micronutrients and what we call water soluble. So once the hydrogen hits the soil, it loosens the soil up, and the minerals is extract through the roots, and throughout the extraction of the minerals throughout the roots, then the plants grow, and then the fruits grow on the plants, and then we're able to digest them, and then our bodies are able to attract the substances from the earth or the minerals from the earth for our bodies to continue to grow. So if you don't like when we dealing with DNA and all the shit that these niggas be talking about, it's simple. DNA is basically when you get to CTAZ, right? You get to that, right? That ain't nothing but nitrogen, oxygen, carbon, and hydrogen. That's all it is. All of the things that create DNA comes from nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, and carbon. It comes from the physical elements that's around you. Just like don't you can't everything you look around in your house right now, right? Everything in your motherfucking house come from this planet or come from a substance that you can absorb or you can extract from this planet. Everything.
Can I ask?
Everything. What, brother?
I was just gonna ask you something because I see you talking about like the physical sense, but like I know our ancestors taught in both. They taught in the physical and the spiritual. Like they taught about the preservation of the soul, like how to preserve your soul. They talked about they talked about the soul. You know what I'm saying? Like we see that a
Hold on,
lot. And
did
they
that
talked
book
about.
say African on it? That book said African.
Yo, go ahead, get finished building, man. Don't let nobody distract you.
Peace to the
I
panel, peace to the
ain't know
chat.
what he was talking about. I ain't know who he was talking to because I ain't say nothing about no book. But I'm talking about no matter what culture you go into in ancient cultures, you always see motherfuckers talking about the soul and the preservation of the soul. But it's not too many. See, now we just got like old sayings or a moral way or tell you how to preserve your shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's basically oral tradition now. You know, all the little sayings and shit that like the motherfuckers say motherfuckers don't believe the fat meat greasy. Um it's a whole bunch of shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I guess so you won't steer yourself far off your course and pollute your soul, I guess. But our ancestors.
those are big. My bad, go ahead, King.
Nah, you straight. Nah, I would just ask him because he say like we surrounded by what we made out of. And I was just saying like the correlation between the sun and the soul, basically. You know what I'm saying? Just like it's more to it than just the physical aspect. And I feel like that's kind of what we get caught up on. I ain't into all the spookism either. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying our people did that's kind of like how they shut down our connection with the spiritual side by only like when we start going to their schools and they teach you about the physical anatomy. A motherfucker without a soul can't teach you about the soul. You know what I'm saying? But I know our people was teaching about the soul, and the soul transcends generations, and that's where you start pulling. It ain't just out your
Who don't have
DNA.
a soul though? Who don't
Peace
have a
to the
soul?
God.
We
Peace
got
to
to understand that we built temples for our dead. And not only
Right.
did we build temples and burial sites for our dead and monuments for our dead, they have been excavated from time and time, and they keep pulling bones and bones out of them. Unlike the fake stories that they give you with the African burial and temples that was built for their dead, they haven't found the dead person in any of the burial sites or temples inside of Africa.
And what's
That's
the
not
what the
true.
brother?
That's not
What
true.
question?
That's not
Hold
true.
on, wait. What question did you ask me at first? Whoever that is talking, what was you saying, bro?
Well, they interrupted me. I was trying to. You were saying somebody didn't have a soul. Who doesn't have a soul?
You
All
can look
humans
at
have
you can
souls.
look at you can look at the okay. Everybody ain't human though, bro. That's where mankind come from. See, the person that
That's
taught you.
pseudo.
No, it's not. The person that taught you what the word human was told you how humans supposed to operate and all of that shit. Nobody ever really told you. No, they not gonna tell you that they don't have a soul blatantly. But if
No,
you look
we
in
wasn't
hold
saying
on,
that before
don't cut
Elijah
me out. Don't cut me off, cuz.
because you
But like
asked me a question. You let me finish.
I didn't ask you a question yet. You answered it already. I'm going based off what you just said. You just said that all right, that's cool, but you asked me about motherfuckers not having a soul. These people tell you they self that they don't have a motherfucking soul. It's documented, bro. That's where all of this demonic ass behavior come from. An unmoral motherfucker, and I ain't talking about our people, because our people's souls is polluted. It's the difference between the polluted soul and the motherfucker with no soul. The polluted soul learn they shit from the motherfucker with no soul. It's just like America. We taught by America, so we follow in the footsteps of this nation. What niggas know it or not, it's subconsciously that's what's going on. Like
Hey, real
motherfuckers
quick.
capitalists and all of that shit.
Hold on, I
Hey,
got a
real.
rebuttal for the brother. I got a rebuttal for the brother.
If you don't
Yo,
come
hold
from a
up. Yo,
sun-centered
yo.
culture, you don't have a soul, bro. If you wasn't naturally created in the fabric of this universe, you're not gonna have a soul. Not in the
But
way
you
that
said
we
you
have
come
one.
from where?
Gifted, we gotta get detail for the viewers and people that's listening, because everything that's on this planet that roam has a soul. Everything don't have a spirit.
No, that's.
And
I mean,
listen,
yeah,
a
robot
lot
can
of
have a
people
soul.
confuse spirit with
Robot
Everything
can
ain't
have
soul.
a
got no
soul.
soul. Hey, no. Hey, look. We
Y'all
can't
can
do
have
this like
sex
this.
with white people
Hey,
and create
my
mixed
dude,
babies.
my
They got
dude, my
soul.
dude. I don't know who that's talking over me, bro, but please don't do that
No, you
again, man.
interrupted. I had a rebuttal
I'm
for the
not
brother.
interrupting nothing,
I had a
bro.
rebuttal for
I'm
you.
trying to make some sense of what the conversation is, what's being said. You got all that static in your microphone, bro. You need to get to a place where you ain't got all that noise in the background.
That's the time for that. Get off or mute up.
Yeah, somebody mute their mic, man, and get their shit together.
Yeah, you niggas coming on with the sloppy goddamn recordings. Nobody can hear you, weird ass niggas. Hey,
You
stay
niggas getting
muted,
it.
damn weird ass. No, stay muted. We ain't asking can we hear you. That's A1
Hey,
time.
whoever was talking about the soul. Who the fuck is that? King Cash?
You already
Is that
know. Are you
okay?
degenerate,
Nah,
cousin?
hey, look. Get in the corner, man, for a minute, right? The brother was talking about soul, right? Look, a soul is spirit. They want you to believe it's different. Everybody know if people who don't got a soul don't got no spirituality, nigga. Because the soul is self. And how many selves do you have? You have two. You have the higher self and you have the lower self, right? You got what? You got spirituality, intuitiveness, you got communication, you got love, power, survival, and sexuality, right? You need both selves in order to be able to manifest on this reality, right? Because definitely need spirituality, right? You need some level of balance. Spirituality is you got the devil on one side and the angel on the other side. It's telling you, nah, don't do that. That ain't right. And you be like, man, shut up. And you do it anyway. And then you feel the consequences of what you could have refrained from, right? Then you got intuitiveness. You able to feel certain things. Like we just was talking about the plants. We was talking about how the plant sends they send certain signals or telepathic symbols signals to us for us to be able to understand it in their language. It might not be nothing that's said verbally. It might just be something that's sent telepathically, right? Then you got communication, which is another form of what we just said. Then we got love. Most people, if you ain't got no love, if you don't feel love, you ain't got no soul. That's the balancer of these seven so-called chakras, right? Is love. Love is in the middle of it, right? If you ain't got no love, you ain't got no fucking soul.
I'm
Or
glad you
no,
brought
or
that.
you can't, you can't get the spirituality.
Yeah, but
Man, we having a great conversation. We don't need you to come up here and fuck our conversation. If you're not gonna flow, if you're not gonna flow, if you're not gonna flow adjacent to what's being said, man, you could kick rocks, man, and go back and go find your African brothers that you build
Yeah,
with.
A1.
These
Don't
ain't
never
one of them
pop up.
conversations,
They
man.
don't
These ain't
never
one of
pop
them,
up when it's time for them to
man.
get smoked, but they pop up when it's an educational build. No, nigga.
Exactly. You coming up here with opposition questions and shit. This
Come
ain't
in
this ain't
later
that
on when we do
competition.
a free smoke bill later on, nigga.
Matter of fact, email us and ask them, can you come back on and say anything?
I'm dead.
Send me. I got an email in the
hey,
background, in the back chat. Email me and be
hey,
like, "A1, is it possible that I could just say one thing and then I
Right.
email you
Ask
back and
very
let you know.
politely, nigga. Put please in bold letters, nigga.
Hey, I wanted to say I don't think we could generalize and say all white people don't got a soul or a spirit. Everything got energy to it. And if we grafted them to, in my opinion, anything that came from sperm or, which I believe houses the soul inside of it, houses the spirit, then it got to have some type of energy to it. I think it's devil inside everybody. You got good and bad in all things. You know what I'm saying? All nationalities, all everything, nigga. So when niggas say, oh, white people ain't got no fucking soul. You got to check yourself when a nice white person give you a discount or treat you nice or some shit, and then you see your
Yeah,
brother
it
treat
ain't
you like
all white.
shit.
It ain't all white. It ain't all
Nah,
white. It ain't
that's
all
what
of them.
I said. I ain't say all white people ain't have a soul. That's not what I said.
Oh,
You got
I mean,
niggas who ain't got no
Somebody got
soul,
the
man.
Rice
That's
Krispie
Look,
mic, man.
look. Yeah,
that's what
somebody.
I'm
Yeah,
saying.
somebody got them $1.99
look,
joints from Tempo. From Timo.
let me tell y'all something, right? DNA scientists read DNA like a book, and my brother Jarvis could testify that in the book in the Bible it say, you if your name not in the book of life, you going to hell. You know what I'm saying? So the judge reads the book of life, and scientists read your DNA like a book, right? But who is us on the panel to judge uh, what happens when a nigga die or not? None of us ain't die and go to the afterworld. So how can we say, oh, this one ain't got a soul, this one ain't got a spirit, this one ain't got that, this one ain't got this? We just spreading information that we motherfucking learned at the end of the day. All right, so I'm
We
trying to shoot
just
the
said a
fade.
soul. We just said a soulless individual is one who can experience love, bro. That's the balancer. That if you just dealing with, if you
That's what I
don't
want to
cross
get at,
that
A1.
threshold,
So,
if you
real
don't
quick,
cross that,
car,
hold on,
car
bro,
picking.
hold on. Let me just say this one thing. You gotta remember when you get into sexuality, survival, and power, the next chakra over is love, right? If you stay in that lower self, you won't be able to experience love because everything will be power. We know the different variations in which you can have power. We know survival. Survival can be like, man, fuck that. I'm not giving nobody shit, nigga. I got $5 billion. I'm not giving nobody nothing, nigga. I need all this. Sexuality, lusting, all of this stuff, man. But go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Yo, so back on that love thing you was talking about, that, and I want to tie it into nature, that 33 parallel of the Americas is the heart chakra. That's what I want to say. What was building on the other day, because we respect the elements, then you know who you is.
Shit,
And
America.
the heart chakra would be the emerald green. But go ahead.
Nah, you right, shit, and that's all. That's shit. Majority of what we see around us, we walk outside is that color.
That's
yo,
right. So it's
And
That's
yo.
the
look,
love,
look,
not
love.
and look,
person.
look. That's the chlorophyll from the plants that helps
Hmm.
clear the blood. The chlorophyll is what cleans, is a blood cleanser. If you look at any blood cleanser, it got dandelion, burdock root, golden seal. It got a lot of
Hmm.
components that come from the chlorophyll within plants.
Right.
Yo,
Can
but
But
I
don't
tap in?
the
Can I tap in real quick?
the etymology of American break down to what soul rich people,
Yes, sir.
love rich coast. You feel me?
yo, let me ask
Yeah,
y'all.
but,
Right?
but
Let me ask y'all
can I
this
What's
tap
up?
in? Can I
real
say
quick.
something real quick, bro?
Let me ask you this.
Go
Hold
ahead,
on, hold on.
Mister.
Let
Go
let
ahead,
let
Mister
nonetheless
C.
ask a question.
Hey,
Say,
go ahead.
Yo, because no, nigga. Let me ask you a question,
no,
yo.
let me say that. I got this one thing to
If you
say, bro.
if
I
you
just want
got
to
the
say this one
33,
thing.
right? Nigga. Look, bro. If you talk about the 33, right? The 33 is what? And when you talk about the parallels, right? 33 is when 32 degrees is when water freezes, right? So 33 would be when before that's a degree lower would be in a solid state, right? So what's the parallel between the 33? Is there any symbolic between the 33 and the 32 degrees? Between the solid state and the liquid state. You see what I'm saying?
That's
Get
it.
out.
I mean, go ahead. Somebody can tackle that, bro. Somebody got that.
What's the symbolic statement in the 33 degree before you after which is after the 32 degrees when everything freezes, the ice?
I mean, just looking at it, dealing with physics, right?
Yeah.
That's like crossing two different parallels, right? Or that's going into a whole nother dimension because we can see that, like even with temperature or things that's apparent in the atmosphere, there's realms in which you cross that there will be a negative reaction, right? The negative reaction will be freezing, the temperature freezing. Something is stood, something is solidified to a point to where it no longer have motion, right?
Right.
So
Hold
that
on,
would
hold
be
on.
go ahead.
Nah, I'm sorry. I ain't mean to cut you. I just want to hear how literally this correlates. 32 would be what a gas or something, right? And then no,
No,
it'll be a solid.
32 is solid. Yeah.
It's a solid, and then 33 is a gas or whatever, right? It's ascended, right?
No,
But what
33. No. It goes from a solid to a liquid. A solid is where molecules slow down. That means things are stagnant. It's not moving as fast. And then when it becomes water, things speed up. It becomes what we call motion. It becomes flowing water is what we're talking about.
But how does this none? You asked a crazy ass question, bro. Are you
Well,
trying to get
listen,
somewhere?
I'm a correlate it. I'm a correlate it because if when we're talking about the 33rd parallel, that's talking about us that a certain consciousness. Most of you haven't reached it because you're still in frozen understanding. You haven't graduated to thawing out the process. So at 33 is where you're able to go into the deeper understanding of the science. Anything below that is frozen information. So to have above 33 degree in masonry, that means you have a certain superior form of knowledge, and that all correlates.
That's what I was about to ask too, because that's the 33rd vertebrae is the last vertebrae on your spine before the energy
Right.
go into your brain. And then see we
That's
basically when that shit happen, we got doors. It's like each ventricle is like a door. It's like a
Which
doorway.
part of the spine will be your 33rd parallel?
your jet pillar. It's called the
Now hold
jet
up,
pillar.
which part? What the cervical, thoracic, or lumbar? The
Shit.
lumbar is located like what your S1 will be up under the lumbar. The lumbar run from like your belly button down to your ass, and then from the belly button up to like the middle of your chest is your thoracic, and then the cervical from the middle of your chest up to your brainstem is the cervical.
Then it
So
should be
which
cervical, right?
so you said it come from the Albert the what's the name? What's the brainstem called?
Now,
Nah, man. I was
I
about to
forget
say
the
it.
name of it.
Aperdula,
What
oblongata.
a
medulla oblongata, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
medulla oblongata. I was gonna say
medulla
cerebellum.
oblongata. Yeah, that's where the Jacob. You said that's where the 33rd vertebrae. Well, yeah, that would be the 33rd because remember your spine reaches from your neck all the way to your spine, your brain stem.
Yeah, and it's thing, I, this is my understanding of it. See, I know we electrical beings, and like as far as the symbology behind it or the science behind it, it's basically like uh the energy going up and down your spine. You know what I'm saying? Masculine, feminine energy, and uh once it reaches like the 33rd and go past it. See, I guess that's where our ancestors was able to tap into the science and start doing stone masonry and shit.
I believe
But
that
these
that
people,
33rd vertebrae is called the sacrum. I just looked it up, by the way.
The sacral.
Yeah, and and,
yeah,
and, and,
but
and, and then it hits a pinnacle point of what
Well,
we call the
but
kayaks, the
but see,
COCCYX, and
yeah,
that's right at the bottom of your pelvis. Where now listen, when we get into the 33rd vertebrae and we getting into all this spiritual system, we're getting into sacred understanding of how Mankind is the true existence of time itself. We are the true measurement of time. So when we get into this whole anatomy from the brain going down to the 33rd vertebrae, this has been in symbolatry from Santa Claus, from Horus and Heru. It's been in symbolatry from various different things, from the North Pole headed to all these
Shit,
particular
the leprechaun.
all Jack and the
The
Beans, all this
leprechaun.
stuff we're
My
talking about
bad,
how
bro.
your brain created the Big Bang. Even the Big Bang theory itself is explaining this whole understanding.
And all that is the Kundalini. So, like when
Right.
they talk about the Kundalini,
Yeah, the Kundalini
that's
is
Yeah.
what
what it.
the East Indians would have called it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
But they
right. And
ain't
when you
even
sit
get
in,
that. They got that science
But
from us.
they got it from us. And then when you sit in lotus
right.
form, right, and you put your index to your thumb, you got two threes. You got one three on one hand, one arm. You got the other three. That's 33. And then when
Yeah.
you look at the flat Earth map, you got 33 continents. You
Right.
got the truth of the continents.
That's the Big
But
Bang.
Big
You got
Bang.
two
Yeah. Even
hemispheres.
the leprechaun.
Yo, so could
Yeah.
yo could the ice age just mean the knowledge? Is that symbolic of knowledge then? Being
It
before
could
we
be
reach the consciousness.
degrees. Yeah, because when you take into consideration, they using the word degrees. That's one of them. What you say? Them. It's the word start with a C. When you can use it both ways.
What's
Calculations or
Nah. You said it earlier.
coordinates.
No. You know when you got a word that can be used in connotative, it got a connotative
Connotative, yeah.
meaning. Yeah, it got a connotative meaning. So basically, like when they talking about degrees, even when you go to college, you know what I'm saying, you get you a degree, they're not really talking about heat or heating or cooling. But when brother just brought up the ice age, shit, that could be, shit, they could, you know, shit, that shit could relate.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that for, I mean, I always had that. I forgot that y'all brought it up. So I was like, when somebody brought up the 33 degrees and it like hit in my head, like, yeah, I was just thinking of that. Like, damn, that's kind of crazy how they put shit right in front of your face. You know what I'm saying?
But
And
And
they
like,
gotta hide it in plain sight.
right. On the thermometer. You like, damn, that's 33 degrees before they freeze and shit. You know what I mean?
Right, but even the leprechaun story, when they tell you like the rainbow, you know how it's a gold at the end of the rainbow, you follow the rainbow, but it's a what is it? The rainbow the same color as the chakras, and as you like I said, if you move up, the pot of gold is in your mind, basically. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like when you reach a certain state of enlightenment, and the
Right.
leprechaun wore green for a reason, because in order to do that, you got to conquer your heart. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's
but
why he the one guarding it. That's why they say the leprechaun guard the pot of gold, and the leprechaun would be your heart. It'll be your heart
right.
chakra. So in order to get past that and get to the pot of gold to reach the stage of enlightenment or the 33rd parallel, as a motherfucker, as y'all describe it as, that's basically what that whole story is. What that whole story supposed to
Right.
be
That's
about.
what the
Like it's just a
rainbow is.
symbolic.
The rainbow reflects your chakras in your body and how the vibration frequencies is.
now
It's a
back.
Each color.
Could we tie this into why these ancient meteorite and asteroid sites was revered?
Can you ask that again, brother? My bad.
This for anybody on the panel, but I'm saying back, could we tie this into why these ancient meteor and comet sites where the mounds was built was revered?
You said comets and media sites. Where you think that's coming from? You think
Are you
something is
trolling us,
coming?
bro?
No, I'm just saying. You think something is falling out the sky and can penetrate the stratosphere?
Shit. But our shit is protected. Same way you got an aura around your body, the earth got something they call Taurus energy that like it's like electromagnetic like aura. Ain't shit coming out of space, bro. If anything, some shit gonna come through that water, open up. I don't feel like
We
anything
don't know. That
coming
shit
up out
look
of that
like
motherfucker.
water
Not
up
like
there,
that.
bro. You know what
They
I'm saying? The
call it the
projection.
waters in
Meaning, all right, so I can
yeah.
see our clarity. What I'm trying to say is, how was so-called this terror was created? We was talking about these elements. So if it ain't fall out the sky, it was just made from right here.
Man, I don't even like to get into that shit.
I
That
can't
shit,
really
man.
understand what you're saying.
He said how the earth was
Look,
formed,
can
I
we?
guess he's saying
Can we?
certain elements. He's saying certain elements didn't come from the earth. How can you explain those elements that's not really found nowhere? Like I
It's a
heard the
good
octopus
question,
don't
like
share genes.
meteorite and shit like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But an
That's
But
what I
octopus
meant.
don't
Because
share
they say
genes
they
with
see
no
sight.
other thing on this
Mhm.
planet.
Like I said,
But I,
I don't really lean 100% towards flat Earth, and I'm not a globe Earther neither. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
me neither. Yeah, I got you.
a lot right
I
in between
I
the
don't.
middle.
said
So
before, we see asteroids in real time, right? And they land places, right? It's
I've seen a shooting star in the sky before. I don't know. I mean, at
Yeah,
least that's
me
what they
too.
told me.
Yeah.
Them damn things
Yeah. I
was.
ain't never
They
heard of
both got
no.
good points though.
Yeah.
They
I ain't
both
never
got.
heard of no
why can't
astral.
people try and rock the
Man.
dragon and all that Kanye
All I'm
shit?
saying
That's
is,
all.
listen. All I'm saying is, I wouldn't argue with a motherfucker who says the Earth is globe. I wouldn't argue with a motherfucker that says it's flat. Okay, they both make
Yeah,
compelling
Yeah. Shit.
arguments.
And we
You
can't even
do.
really see everything that's a part of this earth. So some shit is like multi-dimensional. So how
Let
could
me
we
be
be
more
able to
clear
see
what
it?
I'm trying to say then. They say King Tut dagger was made out of what type of material it was? A meteorite
Shit,
mineral?
it
Hell,
wasn't from here.
the damn rock that the Muslims over there in the Eastern Hemisphere is marching around, stepping on people by the millions. That's a damn meteorite.
Yeah,
They
shit.
built
I
a
was gonna
whole
say that.
damn facility around that bitch that's worshipped by all Islamic people around the world today, based off a meteorite that allegedly came from the Gulf of Mexico.
That's what I'm
Or that
trying
could
to get
have
at.
just
I
been
ain't trying
under
to
the
go
earth and they could have just dug it out.
tie everything together.
Right, right. See, I was gonna say that what the brother said because I read that somewhere. They say certain parts of King Tut dagger was wasn't like the shit wasn't made here on Earth. Like you can't find
Yeah,
none of the
and
materials
listen,
here on Earth.
I do like to use the asteroid impact zone when we're dealing with wild sea levels. All of a sudden, during the younger dryas or this ice age, all of a sudden started rapidly implying, and that is implied due to temperatures rising rapidly, heating of the planet happening rapidly, and some people often explain that through meteor or comet impact in various different things.
Oh,
But
can I
when you
ask a
think
question?
gases, when
Can
you
I ask
think
a question?
gases, when you think gases come out the earth and like where there is frozen, like you know what I'm saying, them icebergs and the shit
Okay,
we
no.
see.
Now you're making that's another compelling point that's on the opposite side. So when you're dealing with thawing of permafrost, often there's bones and other deposits stored in there, and we know that fossilized bones release what we call fossil fuels in the form of methane gas, and these come up, heating up the temperatures of any of these areas, usually in ice deposit areas, making these glacier dams melt rapidly as well. So that is another compelling argument
Hey,
as well.
hey,
Do
but on
y'all
top
do
of
y'all
that
think
though,
about do y'all think nuclear fallout could have happened to
yo,
cause
wait a minute.
the ice
Let me
being?
answer that. Let me answer that, bro. Because what I think people don't understand, right? When you talk about gas, you're talking about humidity. Like, is humidity a gas? Because
Like, get out.
you talking about humidity versus
Humidity would be the water vapors. Would be the
right,
water
but that
vapors.
that would be gas, right? Versus what he just said, with nuclear would be radiation, because
Right.
the sun would have radiation. So some parts of America is real humid. Like I got family members that don't like the East because they say it's too humid, so they go to Arizona because it's dry air. So when you talk about dry air, the air conditioner is not really cooling it down. It's taking the moisture out of the air, and you're actually being
Cool
cooled
air.
down because
Yes, yes.
right, you're drying the air. You feel
That's
what I'm
why I just
saying?
made the reference to when I just said the
Yeah.
water vapors, where it's humid that there's not a lot of hydrogen or whatever oxygen and hydrogen forms to where there is like that different climate. Like the oxygen is I mean the hydrogen is like it's taken out of them areas where it's very humid. That's why it just be dry fucking like you said, it'd be dry ass heat. Like it'd be it's kind of hard. I can't really grasp the
No,
words
I
to
got you.
explain
It
it,
it don't
but
seem as hot as it is, but it's hot. Like in Arizona, 90 degrees, but on the East Coast, 90 degrees feel hotter. You feel what I'm saying?
But they
Because
also
of the
close to
humidity.
California. They also close to California.
Right. So it might be the same temperature in California, feels cooler than it does on the East Coast where it's more humidity. You feel what I'm
But
saying?
So yeah, that's why
California,
I was dropping Jews in the chat when I was like Jews. I ain't, and like who the real Jews? When you sun Jews, when you find out what the sun Jews is, then that shit get deep.
And most of these places that you're mentioning, where the sun differs, notice that the time even differs in those areas. In contrast, time even works different.
Man, I would keep it a bug, nigga. 90 degrees anywhere, hot as fuck.
Yeah, that's a fact.
No, it's hot, yo, but you don't when it's humid, bro. No, it's not, bro. I'm telling you, when it's 90 degrees and humidity, nigga, that shit is
Yeah, it's
unbearable.
demonic. Yeah, it's unbearable.
That
Yeah,
shit
bro.
is thick. That shit on your motherfucking skin.
Hell yeah. But you
Yeah.
can go somewhere where it's dry and it don't feel as hot.
And you got
That's right.
you
That's
got
true.
natural radiation and you got unnatural radiation. So like white people, right? They can't take natural radiation.
Which is inside of fruits. This is why they GMO fruits, because most
Right. The
fruits have a
sun
pit
and
or a hole,
right.
and that hole inside has arsenic. Arsenic is a form of natural radiation.
Right. And
And,
things
it,
like
and it's
so what
come from
happens,
the sun too.
they have to create unnatural radiation, ultraviolet rays and things of that nature. So radiation, it causes albino how you call it, albino, it causes vitiligo,
Albinism.
vitiligo, and things of that nature. So what I was thinking is maybe that's how they was created, by some nuclear, like a nuclear fallout or something, and they need unnatural radiation to survive.
Right.
Sulfur. They got that. They got sulfur in their shit.
Roach surviving nuclear blasts too.
Right.
when you get
Yeah.
them skin diseases, what it's telling you, what your body is basically telling you, nigga, look, I'm gonna give your ass a disease so your ass can't come back out in the sun because we can't take it.
Right.
So the
There's
disease is gonna limit your ass from going back out there in them UVA,
It's
UVB.
this way. It's this way of trying to get rid of that particular failed or faulty gene or this mutation.
Right.
Often, big things
Yeah.
to try to concur and re-straighten itself.
Adaptation to a mutation.
Right. I
Right.
spoke. I
Yeah.
spoke on that earlier,
Because they
talking
don't
about
have
how
the
that.
they don't have the same melanin. See, we have a different chemical element in our melanin that allows our body to be able to absorb the sun rays. They
Right.
don't have that. So therefore,
It's
they
still
got
deeper than that.
melanin, but there's different chemical compositions in melanin.
Right.
It's four different types of melanin.
Greetings and grand rising to the panel.
Let me shout out to everybody in the chat before everybody get in. We got some new brothers on the panel. We got North America, Alabama, Truth. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. I want everybody to hit that like button, man. We almost approaching in on the 4-hour marker. It has been nothing but flame information. We just want to slow it down and keep the information going. We just want to slow it down. We want it to be easier for you guys to be able to digest as we get, continue with this fire as build. You understand what I'm saying? So shout out to everybody in the building. Make sure y'all thumb up the video. Support the channel, man. We turning up, man. We gonna extend it for a little bit longer. Come on, man. Let's get it. Alabama Truth. Shout out for
Color Grizzly. Keep them running. Let me throw something on the fire here for you young brothers. And I'm very much proud of you, impressed by the decorum and the manner of your behavior. Not that you need the blessings of an old nigga. Any of you have read the Lost Book of Enki? And segue from the last comment of whoever that brother said, talking about sulfur, I'd like you to consider silicone-based life forms. Now, sometimes we're getting into some sci-fi shit now, whether you watch those movies or you've read certain books, sci-fi authors. The Lost Book of Enki is supposedly putting all of this thing that y'all have been discussing as a 400 to 500,000 timeline. And if you know a little bit of the bullet points of that story, they came here out of what we've been told, the lie, we believe it or not, of the ozone layer. And they came here to excavate gold because their planet, Nibiru, was being destroyed by its layer being depleted. Now, I don't know how many of you
Now, let's
young
get
brothers
into
are
this. Let me ask you this,
familiar with that. I'm sorry.
Could
I just gave.
Nibiru be not a planet, but literally a different continent or a plane of existence?
Well, now you're getting partially into the flat Earth thing and about whether or not there's the ice wall as opposed to top and bottom in a
Didn't
globe.
say
But
nothing
I just
about no ice wall. I'm just
I
saying.
wasn't going to go far afield with that, bro. I just wanted to bring in the prospect of whether or not certain people have silicon-based life and the sulfur comment that somebody made, and bring that Nibiru issue about why gold was compelling for that storyline. And I yield.
Well, they
Yes.
said they got the gold from El Dorado. Somebody wanted to chime in? Go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
I was just gonna say I brought up the sulfur thing, but he can go ahead. I was just you can go ahead,
Yeah,
brother.
yeah.
I believe he said. I believe in the Book of Inky, right? Because the Book of Inky does have some correlations to different stories that we can kind of connect certain parts of it, right? I believe that when he said that, because remember, gold used to just appear. You could find. They said at one point in time, gold was in the air. You know what I'm saying? So, like, even when he said, come in here to mine gold, right? We do know that there was some people created to basically work to help to help produce certain resources, right? One of the resources could be gold, silver, it could be metal, it could even be corn, it could be any produce, it could be any of that shit, right? We can even equate that to people on a plantation, right? Because the plantation is producing resources, no matter what it is, even if it's cotton, it's producing resources. So that the whole mind state of him saying that they came here and they created homunculus people. So now you got to put yourself into this equation. If you believe that this story is even true, right? Did they create us, or did they create some other people? Because who the fuck is man and who's mankind?
That's why earlier we mentioned the Yucatan origin story of white people, and then we related to the Akanaki, and then now Alabama brought up the Lost Book of Inky. But we got to understand they was trying to collect the gold so they could stay on a certain plane of existence, and they believed that the taller you were, the more higher you were on the plane. The
Bro,
highest
that's
plane
a
you was
made
on.
up story of mankind, bro.
I don't think
He threw some extra shit. He threw you a curveball. He wanted you to
I
believe
see what you're
that
saying.
some people came here
It
to
was
mine
about
some
the
gold.
ancient Americans. It was about the Sumerians, which is us. It was about the AU, right, which is the Aboriginal. You know, the autonomous ones. The AU. I forgot what they. I know
Now,
AU
you
is the
know
composition
that
of gold.
AU is the symbol for gold, right?
Yeah, no, it's the composition of gold.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
the
just talking about the
composition.
letters that you just said. AU is the symbolic on the the empirical table for gold. But let me throw one last lug in there, another science fiction reference. Gods of Egypt. You notice how those gods, when they killed, their blood was gold?
Yeah, shit. When we step into the sun, shit. I know when I step into the sun, shit, a nigga look gold. God damn
Well,
me.
that's why. Hey, what's my doctor name, man? Died. Oh my God, I can't think of his name. But he used to
Who
talk
last
about
Africa?
Mama Atomic Gold. When I say that, maybe
Are
you
you
might
talking about
get it.
Dr.
Yeah,
Sabi, A1?
Nah,
I think he
not
talking
Dr.
about
Sabi.
Lila Africa.
Nah, not Layla Africa. I actually got two certifications from our Layla Africa.
That's what's
Um,
up.
what the fuck is the doctor name with the glasses, man?
Not Inky.
His name start with Delbert
With the
Blair.
salt and pepper
Delbert
afro.
Blair, Delbert Blair, Delbert Blair,
Delbert Blair.
Delbert Blair,
Yeah,
Delbert Blair,
yeah.
Delbert Blair. And see, the mineral composition of gold is pretty much it's a combination of all the minerals that we need, period,
Mm-hmm.
on a daily
And
day basis. You know what I'm saying? That's why we keep gold close to our body, certain of some of us.
but
And
Well,
gold
we
come
find
out of waste. They was getting gold out of waste at one point.
yeah, because we used to shit out gold. We the golden goose.
mm-hmm.
Nah, real
I'm
talk, real
dead.
talk.
Nah.
No, look, no. Listen. When we take a shit up in the sea, at the bottom of the sea, you'll find some motherfucking gold. But hold on,
nigga
Yeah,
shit a nigga shit
listen,
so solid.
y'all gotta understand something. every bean got gold up in it. You know, got a little bit of gold up in
I
it.
feel what you said. That shit
We
just
got
was
gold.
funny.
We got
Light
gold
Man
in. We
Z
got
is
gold in
not
us.
far off on the statement
Nope,
that
he
he's
not, bro.
making.
Y'all
So
laughing, but he on point.
when you
Nah,
look,
nah.
He
It's
on
just
point. The
funny.
golden goose and all that.
Nah, it's
Listen.
just
They put
You
gold
ever heard
inside
of golden
windshield, car
showers? No,
windshield.
I'm just fucking with y'all, yo.
yeah,
but
now remember,
they
not to belittle his point. Our body is made of almost the entire mineral spectrum that you can conceive.
Right.
Now, I was going to ask whoever brought the asteroid comment, not just the Kabbalah that you commented on, AP, and the Black Rock, etc. But how about I'm throwing some science fiction twist for y'all, but y'all chop it up how you want to. Venom and Spider-Man, goddamn symbiote. Why does that shit look like black muck? You know, symbiotic life. And what is dark matter? By the way, found by a supposed Aboriginal sister, dark matter was revealed by a quote unquote black woman. And I yield.
Yeah, they call that now element 115. It's on the periodic
yeah, and it's
table,
inside your
man.
head. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Dark
And
I
matter.
say we
But
gold, we dark matter, we all that. Like
silver, yeah. Nah, we is all that. All that shit is in
they
our
was looking
is
for
in our
us.
DNA. But in
Right?
order
They was
for us to
looking
die,
for us. They wasn't looking
yeah,
for none of that.
dark matter is inside your brain, and
right?
sometimes dark matter. You know, we talk about antimatter. You got something called
Mm.
positons that could level a whole fucking city. Suppose they got enough energy in it to do that, and they tested that energy out by the Large Hadron Colliders, which open up the voids and shit like that. Y'all niggas be talking about auras and shit. It's not really an aura. It's really an orb. And who the fuck got their window down, yo? What was that shit? I'll smack the shit out you.
Yo, you know how sometimes they'll take a plant that only grows in a certain place and they'll uproot it and replant it somewhere else, and then it'll create a whole like a whole forest. That's how we
Yeah,
are. That's why they kidnap
it's like some kind of super advanced composting where they creating these microbes. It's like topsoil or in Amazon they call it Amazonian super mud.
like we don't
I think they call it Terra Prater today.
Like we the root. Like if they take us to places and we form civilizations, that's what we do, because that's who we are, and that's what we always gonna do. So all of this other stuff, like all of this, like these trinkets and these things they talking about, is really us. You feel what I'm saying? Because without us, none of this shit is gonna work.
Right.
Yo, bro,
The land would die without us.
That's
Hey,
right.
look, y'all niggas too kumbaya for me. I came up here to say, Light Man Z ain't got no scholarship. What's up?
I'm done.
What's up?
Look, I'm gonna tell it like this, right? I'm gonna tell the real truth, because this not the real truth on the panel with us. The land would die without us, right?
Y'all just capping now, huh?
Hold on, wait.
Right level up until this moment. Well, let me just say one last thing and dropping another science fiction, thought for you. The orb comment, whoever that brother was that made the orb comment. There was another bullshit movie. Oh gosh, man, Real Player One or some shit like that. I might be going a little far afield with it.
Ready Player One.
Okay, do you remember that object? That was one of the things that had to be claimed. It was an orb type object. I know I might be babbling a bit, young bloods. Y'all bear with me, old Negro. These are different bits and pieces of the storyline that these people keep lying about. And as y'all were saying, in whatever manner that you keep going with, y'all chopping it up, remember, it's a jigsaw puzzle. Right. Nobody has the entire picture.
Yeah. Truth. Yo, Truth ain't just drink his pop today, yo. Don't worry about it, like, man.
He ain't say that. He said I ain't got no style. Shit, every store I walk. Listen, every store.
What do you do? What you doing today, nigga? What the fuck you talking about, nigga?
No, look. Every store I walk into, niggas try to literally want to buy my clothes so they can sell it in their store. And for them to say I got no style.
I said scholarship, nigga. Clean the wax out your ears. You been on the road too long.
Oh, scholarship. Well,
let's look up that. Take the sugar daddy out your ear, yo. Listen.
Yeah, man. He been driving on the road.
Oh, he ducking smoke. Oh shit.
I ain't ducking no smoke. I ain't hear this shit. First of all,
somebody wearing FUBU.
Let's look up that etymology of scholarship, right? And then we gotta look up the word shit, right? You telling me I ain't got no scholarship? You can't ever quote the date and times, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Until you could do that, then you could probably get on my level, my nigga. I can't be for you, Mr. Truth. So you wanna get some, you wanna
What
get
you
it,
want to
get
know
it
the
in the.
date? What you want to know a date and time of? I'll give it to you. I
All right,
always do. So what are you
all right,
talking
all
about?
right,
What are you
cool,
talking
cool,
about?
cool.
Huh?
Okay,
Huh?
I got you. I got you. You
Oh, okay.
what did you mention about the Indians again? You said something about the Madrid earthquake or some shit.
1812.
All right, so what about the malaria shit in Montana?
And it lasted almost, motherfucker, over the course of 6 months with aftershocks, ranging anywhere from 4.5 to 6.3.
It actually started in 1811, late 1811.
Yeah,
Like,
December 18, end of December.
yeah.
Oh, so hold on. You said 1811 nonetheless, but he did. But first you said 1812, right?
No, it
The
start.
major one happened in
Yeah,
January.
but the after, but it lasted all the way to 1812. That's when the major ones started happening.
I mean, look, we could get it in on. You know what I'm saying? We could do what we gotta do. But I'm gonna say this real quick, man, because niggas talking about the heart chakra and shit, right? I actually want to touch back on that. You know what I'm saying? Because I think it's actually important. To heal the heart chakra, you got to forgive yourself and forgive others. You know what I'm
Big
saying?
facts.
And anything that you're trying to get through in life, you got to get comfortable with your weaknesses and your fears. If you're scared of the dark, sleep in the dark. If you get rejected all the time, take risks to talk to people and get rejected more. If you can't work out as much and lift your spirits and exercise the demons out your ass, how about you try to work out some more so you get content with it? Whatever your problem is that you're facing, you got to do more of it so you can conquer it. You know what I'm saying? And this is a way to heal your heart chakra.
So
Because
what
to
you're
get to
saying
that,
is balance.
but
That was a dope drop, bro.
Yeah. So what you're saying? So you basically what you're saying is balance. You
well,
promoting
yeah,
to
you got to
balance out
balance
your heart
yourself. But
chakra.
we don't know if a chakra is real or not. But we see the rainbow, we see all that bullshit or whatever. But
Nah. The chakra shit come from the Ayurvedic. That's just what they name it. But they basically just energy portal to where like I said, we not the body, we the soul. The soul communicates through these portals. Each one of them is responsible for like your throat. Your throat chakra is responsible for more than just like you speaking. Your
yeah,
sacral, your core. It's just how we communicate with the physical world. So, nah, you on point though.
nah, I know about all this shit, but I don't want to hog the mic, man. We got
Talking like
elbows.
future
Hold
elements,
on.
man.
Hold on. Look. We got elbows and shell toes, assholes, and railroads on the panel. I want to hear, oh, nigga, say some shit. I relinquish the mic.
You're always fucking with people, yo. Hey, yo, real quick though, yo, because y'all said something earlier, right? I mean, everyone was talking about the love, right? I think that the community, right? They got this community talking about conscious community, right? But when you talk about conscious, you're talking about your inner being that knows right from wrong. You know what I mean? So you do got people out here that don't understand what right from wrong is. Or if you do it, like say you do something wrong, right? You know you was wrong without nobody telling you. You know what I mean? You might feel ashamed of it. You know what I mean? That's the true consciousness. You know what I'm saying? But you do have beings out here that do shit that we like, damn, that's fucked up. You know what I mean? That means they don't have the true consciousness that we have. You know what I mean? Because they can do evil,
They're
wicked
immune
shit.
to it.
Right.
They're immune to it.
Right. They can do evil, wicked shit, and they don't feel no compassion.
Nope.
They don't feel no guilt. They don't feel bad about it at all. You see what I'm
Because they
saying?
have no conscience, like you said. But them are
Right.
people who you would consider to be a soulless individual
Right.
because they
Right.
don't
Right.
feel that. They're able to block them emotions out. Eventually, them emotions will get to you. But then sometimes, people, if they don't never hit that tower moment or hit that wall to where they can where they have an experience or divine intervention that helps them observe the shit that they conditioned to doing that's wrong for them. A
That's
lot
what
of
I.
times people don't know they doing wrong. Once you know you doing wrong, now you got some type of conscience to what you're doing that's wrong.
Awareness. But that's what I meant earlier by certain motherfuckers don't have a soul. Like I said, I wasn't just speaking on just pale people, but yeah, a majority of
But
motherfuckers don't have a soul because
but hey, what
it's
some
no
people?
morals in your movement.
But don't you think it's some people that can be taught right and they still want to do wrong? You feel what I'm saying?
Because they allow their lower self to take over. That's the lower
But
self.
yeah,
So
but
we got to give them a
so,
concoction real quick. Wintergreen, marjoram herb, patchouli herb. If you take a bath inside lavender oil, apple cider vinegar, and myrrh, and then the next day you're going to attract nothing but positivity. And if you got problems with women or people acting too aggressive to you, put on some rose oil, and it's going to naturally feminize their ass. You could
certain
control your world with certain shit, and you could make niggas bend to your fucking will. See, I'm not gonna say the
Hey,
shit.
you.
Niggas ain't ready for all this type of shit I'm about to say.
nah,
I'm gonna
you
drop it
right.
right there.
Let
But
me
nah,
ask y'all this. Can I ask y'all this? Somebody in the panel, right? Is sleep the cousin of death, bro? Because I hear that. I heard, that's an old saying.
Yeah,
The
because you,
gods
you
are
you disconnect from your body when you sleep. Sometimes you go into that spiritual realm
mm-hmm,
when you get REM sleep,
mm-hmm.
which is the best sleep.
So you agree with that statement? Sleep is a cousin of death.
You need sleep.
Nah,
Sleep heals you. Sleep heals your body. When you allow your body to rest, you allow your muscles and everything to rest. So therefore your body can heal itself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I
think
think
about it in the sense of
death is shit to me. Shit, that's when you really born, cause now you can really live. This physical shit, nigga, this shit tests.
right,
You
but
feel me?
death don't apply to the soul. Death only apply to see the only way that we could be here now is because the soul is reincarnated. Now the soul never died. That's the whole part of the sun rising every day. You know what I'm saying? It go down and come back. That's like what they call it damn, I forgot what they call this shit, but it's symbolic to the soul reincarnated. You know what I'm saying? So like death is like the permanent the permanent termination of like a physical or a living being, but you can't apply that to a soul though.
That's why I say ain't no such thing as death.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no such thing as time either. If you believe that there's something after this, then what is death?
Nah, it ain't no such thing as time. Time
Or
ain't
life?
shit, but it's just measurements and physicality. That's all. That's all
Everything
that
else
is.
is of you.
What's up? Hey, that was you on Sanchez shit earlier, bro? Or that's like some old shit? AP?
Or AP? AP was on
A1.
Sanchez shit.
You talking to me, big bro?
Yeah, but that's some old shit he previewing or something, or was y'all over there?
Oh no, I wasn't over on Sanchez.
Oh, okay.
Shit.
He said he whipped you in a debate. That's why we was wondering.
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh,
Sound
Shit.
that was his old debate. That's why he was doing it. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'll just
Yeah.
fuck with you. I didn't even see that shit, yo. I'll just fuck with you, AP. I ain't see that
You know, I'm going straight to it. I'm like, where is it?
shit. AP
Nigga
about to go
funny
over
as
that
hell.
motherfucker like, yo, no. I'm like, no, I'm fucking with you, yo. Yeah, that probably was old shit, yo. He fucking with
So
people.
shit. Alabama, can I ask you a question, OG?
It's your world. I'm just a squirrel.
Okay. So I ain't gonna ask you for your age. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna do that. I just want to ask, like,
Just an
during your
ancient ass old nigga.
yeah, that's okay. So like, you know how they kept changing our identities and shit through the as time and shit went on. So was you able to witness the civil rights era and like the Black Panthers and shit like that?
When you say witness it, I was in a stroller. But go
You
ahead.
was okay. No, that's what I meant. Like, was
Where
you
was
able?
Jesus?
Yeah, I was gonna say
You
Yeah,
try,
yo,
try
wait.
to pull me back. Did I see them come back from World War One? I don't know. Maybe no. But go
Nah,
ahead.
I was asking because at that time it was a lot of shit going on, like like with Malcolm and Martin and shit like that. And I feel like that's the last time in history that we was trying to do something together as a people. And ever since,
You know, it's interesting you would make that observation, and it's always going to be difficult for a person that's looking backwards in time. The
mm-hmm,
irony of it is actually we weren't. You know, it's kind of
mm-hmm,
how do I put this? There's a bogus thing that's been taught to us, and then we've passed it down now at least 2 generations, possibly 3. We are 60 years inside of integration.
Right.
But we're 1 century away from when our shit got bombed up and flooded out, Tulsa, etc. Now, what I would really encourage your generation, if you all would take time to study the Red Summer of 1919.
Yep.
And that
Mm-hmm.
1 year alone, there was the minimum of 200 plus of our communities that were destroyed, ransacked, bombed, maybe flooded. But right now, currently, I think the number that's counting is possibly 10,000 communities underwater.
Mm-hmm.
So if you would consider using the Red Summer and, get a group of you young brothers together and maybe take, split up the 200 and whatever number it is. You got 10 guys, you take 20 communities. You feel what I'm saying? If you start looking at that as a reference point, you'll understand. There's a brother I think is called Amani Bay, and A1. I think I asked you about this if you're still there on the panel, about how he could not show facts of the supposed white pale Caucasoids that we think have been here for some extended period of time. They actually haven't. That they did not attach themselves to stealing our land before the 1920s.
Here we go.
Now keep that in mind as you do the studying
Okay.
of where this organized effort was, because remember, there were county sheriffs, there were actual mayors and governors of states, there were state unauthorized militia, and what we call the National Guard today, or the state guards, that were sent out to do this damage to our communities. We have never addressed that. There's an elder, I can't think of her name right now, so forgive me having a senior moment, but she's 107 that went before the Congress about Tulsa, Oklahoma. Her and at least 2 other elders that are centenarians are still alive. But what we are not doing, what is it that you would like to guess that we are not doing, young blood? How about we're not talking
Shit,
to
we not rallying behind them. Shit. Yeah, we not talking to, man. Look, people from my generation don't even ask their grandparents questions like where you from. I asked my mama where where we was from, and she didn't even know. I had to go to my great grandmother. You know what I'm saying? But I looked into Red Summer.
And that's no
I know
knock
that it
on
was.
her. You do know that elders were terrorized, some with the threat of their life, of
Yeah, my
even
great grandma.
speaking on it.
Yeah, yes, that's what I was gonna say. Certain shit she don't even want to talk to me about it because she don't know. I guess she witnessed certain shit during that time frame. She told me that we was Creole. That's what she told me. But I did my research on the Red Summer, and it was because like I said, I stay in St. Louis, so it was race riots here. I think in 1919 or 1921, and I seen the map, and it showed red dots, the Red
All
Summer
across
in
the
all the
lower
places.
48.
Right.
All
But
across the
that's
lower
the right.
48.
But that's the same areas that niggas living in impoverished situations now. It's like that
Today,
situation
which
never got
lets you think
rectified.
that think about that statement you just made, young brother.
Yeah, never got
We
all the
did
inner
not
city.
leave, did we? As much efforts as there are that are being called redlining and gentrification today, it has not succeeded. It has only succeeded in deluding us to think that it has been successful. Just like the manner in which paper genocide is used to try to say the American Indian was exterminated, right? These are all propaganda.
Yeah, but it wasn't just white people coming in. It was deals being done by our own people. You
Which
know
is the
what I'm saying?
collaborator. You're talking about the collaborators, AP.
So the
But
prior generations next to us have been like, we got some radical, outstanding soldiers, and we got some people that sold out and that put us in these situations.
and don't forget, even if you use either one, that's not 20%. Let's say 10% on one end and 10% on the other end of the spectrum. So what is the 80% living between the middle? Okay? This is what I think you must, again, you don't have to listen to a damn thing I'm saying, because if you notice, I don't recruit nobody. I'll tell you what to do. I'll tell you where to go. I'm just bringing up some observations. If the vast majority of the people, 80 to 90%, are not in any camp, even when you're looking at folks that want to Bible thump and tell you they're Christian or that they may be Muslim, the Nation of Islam. Nation of Islam is not more than 5 to 10% of the so-called black people. Okay? So where are you going to reach the 75 to 80%? by simple stories like whoever that young brother that was that asked me. Every one of you got a big mama, great grandparents that would have told you we were Indians. If they were Indians, then what the hell are you? There was a famous scene of Robin Givens and Cicely Tyson. I think it was the Women of Brewster's Place. Was talking about how she went out, Robin Givens' character. Of course, young folk think they know every damn thing. History don't exist before they were walking the planet. Who went and
I saw
got
that
her
movie.
dashiki, changed her name, and then Cicely Tyson, the mother, broke down and said, I gave you your grandmother's name, who beat off 6 white men to keep her sons from being lynched. We don't listen to those stories, do we? Because we needs to be educated.
Let me ask you a question, Ali Bama. What you think them stories are about?
They are the essence of who we are they not?
No.
Did not before our people got, let's say before the 1900s, our people existed without supposed, I'll stress air quotes here, like a certain other fraudulent person did, without being attacked, assaulted, and invaded. They called that era Jim Crow and segregation, didn't they? Now, how did they misappropriate our actual existence by giving us a narrative that we were somehow under the control of white domination? You feel what I'm saying, A1? Mm-hmm. So if you don't look at things from that frame of reference, then how does that open up? What chakra are we talking about? The pineal gland? The throat chakra? Because you damn sure need to untie some of the tongues of some of these fools. Are we actually going to get to the crown chakra where your brain cells are operating instead of being flooded and congealed with this crap? It's called compulsory education. You know, where do we get between the throat chakra and the crown chakra, unlocking the head of messed up niggas? Huh? How do we do that?
And speaking of 1919, that's the same time of the Spanish flu. I think like they attacked us biologically and all of that, like at that time, and then they accused us of working with the Russians and all types of shit at that time.
White people was done in the Spanish.
You talking about communism and the beginning of the Red Scare, brother? That's
right.
Also an interesting phrase. The Red Scare and the Red Summer.
And at that whole World War I thing, a lot of refugees and a lot of these people was brought over here as a result of that.
And then Ellis Island all of a sudden became a marketing campaign.
Right. Where you think all the 3-letter people came from? They came over here with World War I and II. But what I was asking Ali and Bamu about the lynchings and these race riots was due to these Slavic people coming out of slavery, brother. All of this shit happens after 1865, bro. That's why you start seeing these people running up into these towns. And plus
Okay, A1. Yeah. Let me put this log on that. You know what conscription riots are, correct?
No,
that's being drafted into war. So starting with the Civil War. Mm-hmm. Then you have labor riots. What's that based on? Mm-hmm. Supposed white labor that was going to be undermined by free labor. You feel what I'm saying? I know you. Have you picked up the book from Dr. Nancy Eisenberg, White Trash? The 400-year untold history of class in America? Mm-hmm. Those are referenced by this good Jewish white doctor. Well, she's probably married to a Jew since her last name is Eisenberg through marriage. But when you start talking about conscription riots based on drafting into wars and labor riots where they turned loose people and they hired hitmen and thugs, right, to break up scabs, to break up potential strikes, bringing in scab workers, what's the difference?
You ever heard of company towns?
It started with tent cities in Hooverville. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So you got the Union Army, the Soviet Union. Like these are like labor disputes.
That's for them, though. That's for the Europeans.
Yeah, because if you Aboriginal, you're a landowner. So if you're a landowner,
that's right. Then
those people are you are like a patron, and those are the clients.
That's why you see all these tent cities. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. That's why you see all these tent cities, because think of it like this, right? Look, let's make sense of this, right? If you was living on a plantation, right? All these Negroes were slaves, and they all was living on plantations, right? So now, when you freed in 1865, where would all these people have went? These people would have been the ones that would have been living in these tent cities. But no, in the late 1800s, the people you see living like that are Europeans. You don't see no black people living impoverished. You see images of people working on plantations, but we've been taught that anytime you see somebody working on a plantation is dealing with slavery. No, that's your own personal shit. And the only way that this shit going, the only way that the produce is going to be nurtured properly is by you out there working on it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, a lot of these towns, they was taken over because remember the KKK was the people pushing the Democrats, man. And the Democrats ain't nothing but a secret society that comes in and use other Negroes like the Talented 10, like a lot of these Negro preachers. You know, when we deal with the Margaret Thatcher or Margaret when we deal with the Planned Parenthood shit, who the first people they went to? They went to the preachers. Because the preachers are part of the boule. So these are the niggas, and they what do the preachers push today? They still push the Democrats.
Yeah. But what this brother is saying, like after the the whole integration thing, we was under martial law because it was a war here between blacks and whites. So the government is they conspired with these migrants because they only came over here to work. They conspired with these migrants against us.
Yeah. But it was niggas too. It was niggas who sold out.
I just said government, yeah, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying it was niggas who didn't even have to get involved, who could have stood their ground. But it was niggas who pretty much sold their people out, who persuaded their people. We went with our own people because we thought they had our best interest when they was really working for these people. You understand what I'm saying?
It ain't changed.
Yeah, exactly. They still pushing the Democrats. You talk to a person about anything dealing with the Democrats, bro. You can't even really have that conversation because they're still going to mention Trump, and Trump ain't even in office. You know what I'm saying? They still the Republicans this, the Republicans that. That's I don't fuck with Republicans or Democrats, but the Democrats because prior to that we was Republicans. And the Republicans was something that we created. They didn't create it for us. We created that. They just took it over.
Infiltrated. Like they do everything. They just infiltrated.
Yeah.
Hey, North American Negro Nation. You the brother that do the videos on the languages, right?
Nah.
Okay. No, your voice sounds familiar to a brother that was teaching some Gullah Geechee language.
Oh, nah, that's not me.
You know, when people try to tell you what's yours and not, and try to kind of embarrass and shame you, which should never be done, these are folks who are clueless in your house, but you're clueless because you've been lied to for over a century. So you don't know that you're in your own home. You don't know the layout of your home. You let a squatter be in your house and try to tell you what's inside your house. May not be making an accurate description here, but you get the analogy, right, brothers?
Yeah.
So for you young bloods, I may not be saying nothing that makes sense to you today. That can be generational gap thing they like to say. That's another narrative. But I can say you this. Your inheritance is being fucked off and given away.
Real talk.
And that's because of your being kept ignorant. I'm not going to say that ignorance is not a bad thing. It only means a lack of information or knowledge. You have to stop having your emotions caught up in this. It's not personal. Right. That's why if you notice capitalists, they always say it's just about business, but the business is putting a dick in your ass.
Yo.
Right? Right?
Right.
Now, why you getting dry bone with no Vaseline? They say it's not personal, but it's your asshole that's being reamed out.
Oh.
That's mighty personal to you, right? So when it's your patch of dirt that's being stolen, and they're established squatters' rights, because that's what all of this stuff is based on. None of it has any validity nor authority, and it's all unlawful and illegal. But since we keep coming at this emotionally, not strategically, not understanding, doesn't matter how many times you don't get it right, because it's not for you to get it right, it's for them to get it wrong once. You feel me?
Yeah.
That's why they keep making you act like you have to be perfect. Remember that bullshit they tell you about being twice as good, get half as much? That's if you keep running behind them. How about
Well,
stop running?
if you look now, they shipping in more migrants and refugees.
And having you chase behind them, chase behind those folks.
So y'all get
Right,
ready for some more race wars.
and I heard that that's happening because they trying to replace like when they say white people with a negative birth rate, I think they talking about the numbers of foreigners over here just decreasing.
That is exactly
So
why
they
you're seeing them specifically focus on Ukraine. You got that, right? Now, are
and they
they
trying
not?
to
Now, just show this for example here, because you got the Ashkenazi version of them. That's Zelensky, who's the president of the nation. Then you got the Slav, which is Melania Trump. Didn't she show you she had an anchor baby? Didn't she bring her Slovenian parents over here? She's an actual Slav. The first lady of the United States of this last administration was an actual Slav. Okay? Now they use them, their women, as concubines. The only term of white for slavery is specific to who? White women. Okay? And they have made all kinds of, they even got ignorant Christian Negroes raising money for Ukrainian refugees. And I'll leave with this point because that bastard, Uncle Jim Crow Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., has already said he's going to work on, in addition to them being given $150,000, in addition to them being given a clean credit score, in addition to what most of you may not know, that many of these immigrants get 7 years tax-free, he's already setting up for them to get Social Security benefits before they step foot on this damn soil. So what should you learn from that and understand? The structure is not for you, never will be. It is made for them. We need to dismantle it and shut it down. But it's only going to come from you stop squabbling and at each other's throats. Clearly understand there's one enemy and it's external. The other ones that are internal, they'll reveal themselves when you hit them with a pin. You know, when you throw a stick in a pin, the pig that squeals is the one that's hit, right?
Right.
So when these actions take place, collaborators, sellouts, and those who are working in opposition to you will reveal themselves. You don't have to lift a finger, but you do have to stop giving your consent. And I yield.
Well, what I learned is if you from here, right, you're supposed to have land here, native land. Everybody's family, they must have probably left. Some people, my family came up north, but we never went back. How about we all go back to our native land and form our own governments and things of that nature?
By the time you get back down there, you realize most of it is so long.
I got a couple acres down there, man, but you know, I'm from up north.
Remember,
So,
even is that good Darvis that said that from South Carolina? Okay, whether you do reverse migration, I get what you're saying, brother. That's not required. All you got to do is find an ancestor because you know you came from there. All you have to do is find an ancestor, whether they have a parcel or a land patent. All you have to do is find it. You don't have to prove anything. They have to prove they're not a thief. And if they didn't steal it themselves because their ancestor is dead, they have to prove they're not a recipient of ill-gotten gains, which is still what came from theft. You follow what I'm saying, young brother?
Yeah, I hear you.
So that's all. That is all that's required of us, is to find the name and find the ancestor that was swindled. So you young brothers keep going. Like I keep telling Copper Color Grizzly, keep them running, god damn it.
But shit, that's what I was gonna say.
You gotta prove that you were these people. Not only that you gotta go find these old tax sales or whatnot, or these what they call adverse possession you get court cases. But that's how most people lost their land. They gave these people, they sold land to people they wasn't supposed to be selling. And with the people, when they bought the land, they put the bill to the side and claimed the land under first possession. They fenced it off and started building shit on it. Nobody never contested. They had a court case of it. Nobody never going to contest it. So they ended up with a judgment and they got a title behind that. But it can still be challenged.
Yeah. You see how we got the land is my mom's and her brother was named after my great grandparents who owned the land. So they had their name. That's how they got it.
Right, but shit, don't if you find that original land deed, it don't matter who on that land. Can't you damn near pull a rug up under their head?
Hell no.
Nah, because they got the name of the people whose land it is. So that's how they used to pass it down before you inherit the name of the person who's on the land deed. So it can't be contested. That's why my father, he's John Brown, his father's John Brown, his father's John Brown, his brother's John Brown. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why they did them names a lot of like that. You know what I'm saying? And then when it wasn't a male and it was trends going over, they would say, "Oh no, this is Robin's son."
Right.
Okay. Or whatever the case may be. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. We about to get out of here, man. We hit over 4.5 hours of fire. Might I add, fire information, man. So shout out to all you brothers.
Salute. Appreciate you as always, my brother.
Peace.
It was a fire bill. This was one of the ones for the book. If you guys enjoy this, drop a fire emoji in the chat right now before we get out of here, man. Make sure y'all support the channel. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody that did support the channel. Shout out to Kato. Kato said, some call them fallen stars. Appreciate the bill. I guess he was talking about when I said I seen the shooting star earlier. So shout out to you, bro. Yeah, I did see them, but they could be fallen stars. You're right. Shout out to everybody in the build. I really enjoyed this, man. Shout out to Darvis. Shout out to Melanin Gifted, Alabama, North American. Man, shout out to everybody in the building, man. This was one-on-one. Share the live stream. Send this to your friends. Send this to your mothers, your grandparents. This was a good one. Hardly no cussing. No, you know what I'm saying? No cursing, no arguing, no bickering. Just total harmony. So I appreciate this. Shout out to everybody in the building. This is how the Wake and Bake's supposed to be. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Make sure y'all be safe, be aware. Hold on, who we got in here? Y'all see them fire emojis in the chat? All right. I see them in here. Drop them fire emojis, man. All right, peace and love to everybody in the building. With that being said, make sure y'all be safe. Make sure y'all be aware. Make sure y'all stay vigilant. It's your brother, Original Power, and we out. Peace.
See, my life has been in motion. I'm a little windy. I'm not giving up yet. If you with me, time to place up your bet. Ain't no turning back. Got niggas who ran. When we caught his ass, got caught in that jam. Yeah, you know who I am. Yeah, you know who I am. I can feel it coming. I can feel it coming. It's that feeling in your stomach, you can feel it coming. It's that feeling in your stomach, you can feel it coming. Yeah, you can feel it coming. Fake love, that snake you in your face, love. That snake you in your face, love. I told my brothers we gon' make it, that's how God wrote it. And the snake gon' show his face, cause that's how God wrote it. Too much fake love, that snake you in your face, love. That snake you in your face, love. I told my brothers